Okay, I'm going to call the September 3rd, 2019 Board of Supervisors meeting at Tuolumne County to order. Will you please join me in pledging allegiance to the flag from of the greatest nation on earth? Ready? Begin. Okay, thank you. Before I open it up to oral communications, just for everybody's situational awareness, item 9 has been pulled, and we will be doing items 1 through 12 in order, and then we're going to skip to 17 and then our 9 o'clock appointments. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up to oral communications. We have 15 minutes set aside up to for members of the public to speak on any item which they wish that is not on the printed agenda. Again, not on the printed agenda. So anyone that would like to make oral communications, please come on up. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Board. Kathleen Half, candidate for District 4 Supervisor. Tuolumne County needs an advocate. Homeowners are experiencing a crisis. Thursday's town hall meeting regarding the fire insurance crisis was a mission to placate. We don't need understanding right now. We need some action. How urgent is the RCRC study into this situation when the outcomes won't be published until August of 2020? Tuolumne County should be joining the counties of El Dorado, Butte, and San Diego in sending a letter to the governor, the insurance commissioner, and our state legislators to address the heavy-handed approach that insurance companies are using to deny coverage, and that's coverage to those living in fire-prone communities. As an advocate for this county, the board should also be asking the governor to intercede and require legislators not to take their break September 13th through January 2020 until and unless headway can be made in the form of legislation that truly addresses this crisis. One solution might be the creation of a nonprofit, publicly owned fire insurance company to serve all the people in California and providing affordable coverage. That would be a far cry better than using a portion of the $21 billion surplus that California currently has, rather than bailing out an investor-owned utility, which is PG&E. This is an urgent matter, not one that can wait for the new legislative session that will start in January, or a study that will conclude in August 2020. Tuolumne County needs an advocate. I'm asking you to be her advocate. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, seeing no other oral communications, will the clerk of the board please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on August 20th, 2019, adopting a resolution approving the 2019-2020 Tuolumne County tax rate pursuant to Government Code Section 29100. Approving the resignation of Emily Laird Reynolds from the local Child Care Development Planning Council and directing the clerk to post a notice of vacancy and send a letter of appreciation. Consideration of approving an amendment to the NorCal Communications, Inc. to add additional cabling for the audiovisual system at the J.H. Dambacker Center. Consideration of approving the revised class specification for jail deputy sheriff recruit and jail deputy sheriff. Approving an agreement with Infant Child Enrichment Services, Inc. for parenting educational services. Adopting a resolution approving an agreement with the California Department of Health Care Services for the Medi-Cal County Inmate Program for reimbursement of the Medi-Cal allowance inpatient hospital service provided to Medi-Cal eligible inmates. And as the Air Pollution Control District, setting a public hearing to consider adopting the Air Pollution Control District fiscal year 2019-2020 budget for October 1st, 2019 at 10:30 a.m.
Okay. Any public comment on any of the consent items? Okay. Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Again, item 9 was pulled. Clerk of the board, please read item number 10.
This is a presentation of the County Service Award to Eddie Warzy from the Public Health Department.
Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. Ann Connolly is going to present this item to Eddie Warzy, but she had to step out for a moment. If we would like to move to
Okay.
an additional item,
You can
and we can come
have
back.
your seat. We'll
Thank you.
postpone this item. Will the clerk of the board please read item number 11?
This is consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming September 2019 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and the public, I'm Dr. Bob Bernstein, your county health officer. Compelling evidence suggests that early life exposures, including adverse childhood experiences or ACEs, can affect the lifetime risk of cancer, and preventive measures are known, and that's especially true for the cancers most affecting children in California, which include leukemia.
That was early leukemia.
Yes, correct. Cancer prevention measures are difficult to develop for children because there's relatively little known about all the causes, except for those related to unnecessary or excessive exposure to ionizing radiation, chemotherapies, indoor and outdoor air pollution, including occupational exposures. So I'm hoping that the board will be willing to issue this proclamation recognizing the problem of childhood cancer and the preventability of that problem.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Okay,
Second.
got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, a second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you for bringing this worthy item up. And we will now go back and will the clerk of the board please reread item number 10?
This is a presentation of a County Service Award to Eddie Warzy from the Public Health Department.
Hi,
Good
Ann.
Hi, how are you this morning?
Fine.
Good morning, Chairman Rotifer, members of the board, Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director. And I'm very pleased to be here today to honor Eddie Warzy from our Public Health Department, Human Services Agency, celebrating 20 years with our agency. Eddie began his career as a relief community health worker in 1999, then a relief senior community health worker, and promoted to a permanent senior community health worker in 2000. Eddie's position was then reclassified to health program technician. He was promoted to a health program technician 2 in 2010 and was promoted to his current position as a senior health program technician in 2015. Eddie has performed a variety of duties during his 20-year career. He's provided transportation services for children and families. He's conducted HIV testing and counseling. He's taught tobacco cessation classes and dispensed medical marijuana cards. Eddie, will you come up here? I just want to say that Eddie's passion for public health has not wavered over the years. He's actively reached out to the public in efforts to keep kids safe in vehicles and bicycles through the Office of Traffic Safety and Keep Babies Safe program, and to encourage youth and adults in their efforts to live healthy and tobacco-free lives in our community through the Tobacco Control Program. How many people do you think have stopped smoking because of Eddie Worsey in Tuolumne County?
Quite a few. Helped out a lot.
All right, good job. Eddie has been a stronghold in maintaining relationships with our community partners to strengthen services to the public, and he's continually striving to stay informed and educated on ever-changing laws and policies which affect public health. This one I loved. In looking back at his file, many of us remember when employees had a Polaroid picture that was laminated and had all your personal information on it, including your weight and height. Eddie thought, I think we can do better than that. So he suggested that we make pictures computerized and then print them out, and also not put people's weight and height on the card. So consequently, employees in Tuolumne County now have very professional looking badges, and of course, over time, we've actually now been able to access them, through our Velocity system. But the other claim to fame Eddie has, besides the phenomenal work he does, is he is a master barbecuer. He selflessly barbecues at the Human Services Agency barbecue every year, and also at the county barbecue. And he is just a phenomenal, phenomenal barbecuer, and he makes a mean mac and cheese as well. He is well respected by his coworkers and is a pillar of support to his peers. He's consistently performed his duties and responsibilities these past 20 years with integrity, professionalism, and compassion. He has demonstrated the ultimate in dedication and commitment to the goals of providing community health education and services to families and clients who need us most. So please welcome me and the Human Services Agency in congratulating Eddie on 20 years of county service. Congratulations, Eddie. If you want to come down.
For those that don't know, the honoree gets to pick the picture that they get, so I'm hoping you did get the picture. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors, but more importantly, the entire county of Tuolumne, thank you for the 20 years of very faithful service
Thank you.
that you've given to our county.
Perfect, thanks.
Great,
Right.
thank you. You got anything you want to say?
Thank you.
Just like to thank everybody, also the health department staff. It's a great team to work for, and we have a new health officer. I think it's just going to be tremendous, and I look forward to continuing for a little while longer and serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, will the clerk of the board please read item number 12?
This is consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming September 8 through 14, 2019 as Suicide Prevention Suicide Prevention Week in Tuolumne County.
Staff report.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, Administrator. National Suicide Prevention Week is September 8th through 14th, 2019. The World Suicide Prevention Day is September 10th. In support of these nationally and worldwide recognized events, California's mental health movement, Each Mind Matters, is promoting the theme Finding Purpose, taking care of ourselves and others throughout the state of California. National suicide rates are on the rise. In 2017, the national rate of death by suicide was 14 per 100,000. In California, it's the fifth lowest rate. We have 10.5 per 100,000, and we attribute that fact probably to a lot of the efforts that we've done here and each county does as far as recognizing and promoting suicide awareness and all the different efforts that go into that. There's a statewide plan through MHSA which puts a lot of effort into it. There are I have listed here some national statistics which we will go over as well, but I'd like to point out that in 2018, the Behavioral Health Department had 805 crisis services to 547 unduplicated clients. In 2018 in Tuolumne County, there were 18 completed suicides. As I mentioned, suicide is preventable. Each one of us can play an important role in keeping people alive and safe and connected with hope. While national rates of death by suicide have risen since 2008, California rate has remained relatively level and is likely an outcome of continued concerted efforts on a statewide and local level to bring awareness to the issue. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors has recognized Suicide Prevention Week since 2014, with continual focus on mental wellness, self-care, and awareness of others' actions, behaviors, and well-being. Trainings and outreach across California have empowered community members with information on how to identify and manage risk in others and for themselves. There is no fiscal consideration associated with this item, and we have a couple other members to talk as well.
Hi, I am Bob White. I'm the director of the YES Partnership and Prevention Programs at ATCA. We're grateful to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department for granting us a grant to provide suicide prevention education in Tuolumne County. I think in the background information that you received from Michael, he states that in the year 2017, there were 14 deaths by suicide in Tuolumne County. One death is too many, 14 is way too many, and so we're constantly working to prevent that. I'm often asked, what is the scope of the suicide issue in Tuolumne County? And in the trainings that we do, we use an iceberg to illustrate the scope of the issue. What we know is what we see, the tip of the iceberg, which is the number of deaths by suicide in our community, which in 2017 was 14. What we don't know is what is below the waterline, but we can take a pretty educated guess. The first level is the number of unreported suicide deaths. The second is the number of people that act on their thoughts and actually engage in suicidal behavior that may result in hospitalization. The third level is the number of people that are impacted by anyone that they know that may die by suicide. And then the last level, and this is the one that I want you to remember and to think about, and this is the number of people that are impacted or may be having thoughts of suicide at any given time. The National Council for Behavioral Health suggests that 5% of any given population at any time may be having thoughts of suicide. So the population in Tuolumne County in 2017 was 54,248. 5% of that population is 2,712 people that at any given time, these are our friends, neighbors, colleagues, people that we may run into in the grocery store or the gas station may be having thoughts of suicide. This is why it's important that we have a sustained effort in our community to make people alert and aware that people might be having thoughts of suicide and then to connect them with someone that can help. At this time, I'd like to introduce you to Serena Orman Oakes, who is a member of our Suicide Prevention Committee of the YES Partnership, and she'll talk about a new effort that we have coming up this year.
Hi, my name is Serena, and I was asked to share my story first before talking about my efforts. So today is a very significant day for me. Sorry. 5 years ago today, I lost my mom to suicide. My calendar didn't get changed or updated for months. Laundry and dishes piled up. 5 years ago on this day, I experienced the worst emotional pain felt deep within my heart. A piece of it will always be missing. 5 years ago on this day, I lost a person who gave me life, a good life, one that I never gave her enough credit for. 5 years ago on this day, I realized that my life and my children's lives would never be the same. And I still don't know how to explain it to them. 5 years ago on this day, I saw my stepdad's world and heart completely shatter. He is one of the strongest-hearted men I know. 5 years ago on this day, I met a police officer at my mom's apartment for a wellness check, something I never thought I'd have to do. He walked out with one of the saddest faces I'd ever seen and will never forget. 5 years ago on this day, I had to literally pick myself up off the ground to make phone calls that I never wanted to make. I had to break my brother's hearts. As their older sister, I would do anything to protect them from pain. These past 5 years have come and gone so fast, but the pain is still here. They say time heals all, but I don't think that is true. We may get stronger with time, but everyone experiences grief in different ways at different times. There's really no way to know or measure someone else's pain or suffering. I will never fully understand the hopelessness and pain my mom was experiencing before she took her own life. I cannot imagine what drove her to do what she did. It leaves me with more questions than answers if I even try to find reasoning. She overcame so much in her short life. She was so resourceful, resilient, adaptable, and strong. She's the last person I would ever think could take their own life. Not only did her suicide greatly impact me, it impacted everyone she knew. She had so many friends, all whom admired her free spirit and adventurous nature. She loved to sing, play music, dance, and have fun. She brought light to any room. She was a people person and would help anyone in need. Little did I realize she was the one who needed help. In hindsight, maybe there were signs. Maybe there was something I could have or should have done to help her. Unfortunately, I will never know. No one will. I did, however, learn that she was suffering from a mental illness before she passed. She didn't disclose much information about it or what she was doing to manage it, but I know that she was reaching out for help. We just didn't know how much. Suicide itself is not a mental disorder, but one of the most important causes of suicide is mental illness. If I would have learned more and helped her more, would she still be here? If I would have known the statistics and commonality of suicide, would I have been more aware of the signs? Losing a loved one to suicide leaves such an overwhelming amount of unanswered questions, guilt, pain, sadness, grief, and the list goes on and on. Suicide has a ripple effect. Not only does it affect the family, it affects the community. We live in such a quaint community, and word travels fast. However, suicide is such a sensitive topic that most people will not talk openly about it. Because it's a common misconception that when talking about suicide, it might lead and encourage suicide. There is a widespread stigma associated with suicide, and as a result, many people are afraid to speak about it. Talking about suicide not only reduces the stigma, but also allows individuals to seek help, rethink their opinions, and share their stories with others. I believe that awareness is key, and I would love to bring more awareness to our community. With the help of the Yes Partnership, I am hosting the Hope and Honor Walk on September 21st. It is a great way to bring awareness, and not only bring awareness to our community, it also gives an opportunity to remember those who were lost to suicide, and it's an important opportunity for those struggling with thoughts of their own to find support, and for community members to also show compassion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Serena. We're all very touched, I imagine. Chairman Roderfer, members of the board, my name is Donna Phone. I'm the Mental Health Service Act Coordinator for Behavioral Health, and I want to read the resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne. Whereas suicide is a public health issue that requires vigilant attention and preventative action, and whereas each death by suicide directly impacts numerous family members, friends, loved ones, and by extension the entire community, and whereas in 2017, suicide was the 10th leading cause of death overall in the United States, and whereas in 2018, in Tuolumne County, there were 18 completed suicides, and whereas in 2018, the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department provided 805 crisis services to 547 unduplicated clients. And whereas September 8th through 14th, 2019 is National Suicide Prevention Week, and September 10th, 2019 is World Suicide Prevention Day. And whereas the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department is committed to raising awareness, providing education and training on suicide prevention, and reducing stigma, and whereas since 2012, Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, funded by the Mental Health Services Act, has provided suicide prevention awareness and education in Tuolumne County. And whereas no single suicide prevention effort will be sufficient or appropriate for all populations or communities, all are asked to join together and take a stand to prevent suicide. And whereas September 8th through 14th is recognized across the United States and provides the opportunity to educate our community about warning signs of suicide and how to best help those in need. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims September 8th through 14th, 2019 as Suicide Prevention Week and calls upon all Tuolumne County citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recognize our community to increasing awareness and understanding of suicide and suicide prevention in our community. The Behavioral Health Department staff recommends that the board approve this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your courageous talk. Any public comment?
So for 5 years now, we've had these resolutions. And my comment to you is, so what? What else are we doing? For at least a year now, I've been hearing about behavioral health do some depression screenings in the community. So where the hell are they? There is such a thing as smiling depression, and I think we need to uncover that. And we need to do more than just pass a resolution. Although I applaud Serena for her walk, that's nice. I hope people show up, and also people show up with resources. Last year, you counted 18 official suicides. By my count, there were 21. Because I know a couple people died out of county because they were able to donate their organs. 21 is the most we've had since 2006. So I consider this to be a public health crisis and a community crisis, and we need to have a conversation. And I'm pretty underwhelmed with our local media telling me that suicide prevention is not interesting enough to have programming and articles about this. And one of the glaring omissions in our discussion today is the fact that when I got up here the last time, I lied inadvertently. When I said we hadn't had a juvenile suicide since 2007, and that is no longer true. In the past 2 months, we had our first juvenile suicide, and this child was not even 10 years old. So what has gone wrong in our community that someone who isn't even 10 years old would rather die than continue to live in the circumstances they were in? And that is my challenge to this community. We need to have this conversation, and we need to make our rates far lower than what they are.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other public comment? Bring it back to the board for any comments or motion.
Just a question before the motion. Could you give us the suicide prevention hotline number? Does anyone have that? The number that you would call?
If I could jump in there, I was actually looking that up. So there's two numbers. One is the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. That's 1-800-273-8255. And then the other number that I'd direct people to is our 24-hour crisis line that's operated by Tuolumne County Behavioral Health, and that's 209-533-7000.
All right, thank you. Great minds think alike. But with that, I move that we approve the resolution.
Can I ask a question first? With the YES partnership, as was illustrated in the discussion, and through your memo, this reaches the entire gamut of our population. Is somebody with the Commission on Aging or the Advisory Council participating on that in the YES partnership?
The Agency on Aging on the Yes Partnership?
Yeah, or the Commission on Aging? Either
No,
one.
not the Commission on Aging. Chrissy Conforti, who works for the Senior Center, is the chair of the Yes Partnership.
Okay.
So we do have the senior sector
Okay.
represented.
Just because, again, it's a conversation that is happening in other places too, and what can we do? And so just want to make sure that there's a really organized effort going at this. So thank you.
Supervisor Gray?
Yes, I move that we approve the resolution.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Again, thank you for your wonderful talk, and thank you for bringing entire behavioral health folks for everything they're doing and bringing this forward to us. And with that, would the clerk of the board please read item number 17?
This is a closed session, conference with legal labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, Eric Earhart, Anne Fremd, Kim Phipps. Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, and it's all bargaining units.
Okay, is there any public comment on the closed session item? If not, we're going to go ahead and recess into closed session, and we'll be back when we get back. We're back from closed session. We have nothing to report. Would the clerk of the board please read our first 9 a.m. appointment?
This is a presentation on the results of the polling on potential revenue through the transient occupancy tax and sales tax ballot measure and board direction on placing said measure on the 2020 general election ballot.
Staff.
All right, good morning, members of the board. Mr. Chair, Eric Earhart, your Assistant County Administrator. Today we're going to be talking about recent polling that took place here in Tuolumne County. Over the last several years, as you're aware, we've continually struggled to establish a balanced budget each year. We asked departments to go out and make reductions in services and just to become more efficient, and they've done a really good job at that. However, it has not been enough. As you know, the problem gets worse and worse each year. So even with the local revenues that have continued to increase, it's not been enough to keep up with the rising costs associated with state and federal mandates that keep coming down. As you're aware, there's two ways to balance a budget, either through reduction in services or increase in revenues. While reductions in expenditures can be done quickly, it does take some time to increase revenues, and we've heard a lot of people asking about why aren't we looking at revenues. I just want to point out that we have been looking at this since the beginning of the year. Additionally, in 17-18, following a fee study, your board did also approve an increase in some county fees. So knowing we would have a shortfall this year, as well as the years to come, and per your board direction at the beginning of this year, like I said, we started looking at potential revenue measures. Two of those options that we identified were an increase in sales tax as well as the TOT tax. Currently in Tuolumne County, the unincorporated area, there's a 7.25% sales tax, all of which goes to the state, and only 1% comes back to the county. TOT sits at 10%, which is also one of the lowest ones in the state. Any ballot measure initiative to increase sales tax would come directly back to the general fund. Like I said, right now only 1% of the 7.25 comes to Tuolumne County. The state keeps the rest. TOT tax, again, that would come back to the county's general fund. So as your board is aware, to increase taxes, a vote of the people is required. And before staff came to your board with these options, we wanted to see the viability of those options in the public. So earlier this year, an RFP was drafted, and in July of 2019, a service agreement was signed with FM3, who you'll hear from today, to conduct a survey of the voting public on the viability of the sales tax and TOT. So upon conclusion of that survey, I'll just real high level, it was determined there is public support for both of these measures. And so at this point, I would turn it over to FM3 to provide the results of that survey. You have to use the microphone.
I got to use the microphone? Okay. All right. Thank you, Eric. My name is Kurt Balo from FM3 Research. I'm going to go through a lot of very detailed slides here. I'll try to explain them. I'm feeling hampered here because I can't get up and walk around and point at stuff, but I'll do my best. Towards the end of the presentation, after I go through a number of these slides, I'm going to hand it over to Joy to talk about some of the potential next steps that you might want to consider as a body. Guess I don't need the clicker. So a note about our methodology, the survey we just recently conducted for you. We did over 400 interviews, 403 interviews with voters who are, first of all, a resident who's a voter of the county, but also likely to vote in next November's election. That then let us look at a subset of those voters who are March voters as well. And as you might know, this March election is a little bit unique here in California. We haven't had an election like this in quite some time. And so the turnout, while a little bit lower in March, looks like demographically it might look a little bit similar to November. The results we're going to show you in this survey are all for the November, the full sample. We looked at them between March and November, and the differences were very minor, a point or two here or there, but we want to look at the full range of 400 interviews just to give us a little more confidence in some of the other results. A couple of the notes about our methodology. We did interviews on phone and on phone, cell phones, and landlines, and also online. So some voters, maybe some of you in this room here, may have received an email and said, please take this survey online. And some of you may have received a phone call and took the survey on the phone. So as we're going through this, just kind of keep that in mind. We had a roughly a balance between the online and the phone interviews. That's what we strive for in our company. To mitigate against any potential mode biases. And any particular sticklers here might notice that not every number is going to sum up to 100%. That's because rounding, as I explained to my kids, sometimes 1.4 and 1.4 actually equals 3. So about the approach that we set out here for how we structured the survey. We split it in half. So half the respondents got a sales tax first and were asked how they might vote on that. Then they were followed up and asked about the TOT measure that Eric mentioned. Half got the TOT first and then the sales tax. And then we went through how money could potentially be spent from these measures. We went through a series of arguments both in favor and against these measures. And after each wave of argumentation, we asked to revote, essentially, in the same order that they'd heard the measures the prior time. A couple of different reasons why we do that. One is we want to get a really clean read up front without any putting our thumb on the scale about support for one of these measures. The only thing you'll be guaranteed that voters will actually have a chance to read is those 75 words before they vote yes. And so we want to see what their reactions to those hypothetical 75 words might be. And then we say, well, here's how money could be spent, and they can react to that positively or negatively, pro and con arguments. And that gives us a little bit of a feel for what might happen should your body put something on the ballot, a little bit of a ceiling and floor for what a measure might be. Granted, many things can happen between now and Election Day, but there's a snapshot in time that helps us get a feel for how entrenched the support or opposition may be or how fluid it could be. So a couple of the key numbers here. I'll go through these in more detail, but I think these are kind of critical and important for understanding the results. One of the first things here is that there's pretty widespread acknowledgement that the county is facing, it needs additional funding and is facing a potential long-term budget shortfall. So about 3/4 of the response to the survey said, yes, I think the county needs some additional funding, and we'll talk about the gradations of that in a moment. And then 64% said, yeah, the county is facing a long-term budget shortfall. So there seems to be some pretty broad understanding that the county needs additional funding. On the flip side, about half of the respondents were not overly enthused about the county's financial management, and only about a third said that they believe the county's finances are well managed. And this is a tension that we'll see throughout the survey here about the need versus a feeling about how things are currently going in the county. And then these were the initial support levels for the measures, the TOT at 60% and the sales tax at 65%. Keeping in mind that for a majority vote measure, a general purpose measure here, we're talking about 50% plus one support is needed for passage. So I'll go through those in more detail, but kind of keep that in the back of your mind. Perceived need, high. some ambivalence about financial management at the county level, but support for the measures was over sort of in that 3 out of 5 range. So a little bit about where voters' heads are. And it's helpful for us to ask a few warm-up questions in these surveys. And it also gives us a feel for the lens through which these voters might consider one of these measures. Are they optimistic? Are they pessimistic? How do they feel about county government? And it gives us a little bit of a help in our analysis. So one of the first questions that we asked in our survey is the old Gallup question from the 20s, right direction, wrong track. Relatively split down the middle. 39% feel like the county is, broadly speaking, headed in the right direction. 43% feel like the wrong track, and another roughly 1 in 5 kind of fence sitters there. So this is a kind of a mixed point of view here, just whether you're optimistic or pessimistic about the county right now. And then we asked some approval rating questions. So this question is a binary choice. Do you approve or disapprove of either the county government overall or the Board of Supervisors? The green bars are shades of approval. I don't know what you want to call that. We'll call it brown. I don't think it's totally brown. It's got a little red in it. We'll call it the brown bars or shades of disapproval. And gray bars were those who said, I don't know. And you'll see here that the overall county government is a majority, a slim majority, 53% approve of the county government job overall, 38% disapprove, only 1 in 10 sort of in the middle. So that's a mild level of majority approval. The supervisors, kind of in that same range. We're sort of roughly half feel like the county is doing a good job, and then roughly 2 out of 5 are a little more suspect there. But not a lot of intensity. Those dark bars on either side, neither of them are particularly big. Most of these opinions are kind of clustered in the middle of not feeling particularly strong one way or another. So this question, I think, is a particularly interesting one. We ask this in a variety of different communities, and we present to the response to the survey, here are some things your community may be facing, some challenges, some issues, some potential problems that people in Tuolumne County might be wrestling with. And we ask the respondents to the survey, how serious of a problem do you believe these problems are? So the darker brown bars are those who think something's an extremely or somewhat serious, extremely or very serious problem. They can also say it was a somewhat serious problem or not too serious of a problem. We tend to focus on the more intense reactions, those who feel like something's either an extremely or very serious problem. And we summarize that on the right-hand side. And there's a little bit of a tiering here. And some of these are items that you as a county have nothing you can control over, but they're good benchmarks. By and large, the cost of health care is out of your hands. But it's interesting to see where some of the other local issues stack up compared to something like that. Number one, way, way, way at the top of the list, nothing else even close to it, the risk of wildfires. 9 out of 10 feel like that's an extremely or very serious problem, including majority who think that's an extremely serious problem. Clearly the number one thing concerning voters here in your county. And then we have a second tier, which has a pretty broad range within it, but all things where at least a majority thought was an extremely or very serious problem. So at the top of that list is drug and substance abuse. And at the bottom of the list is a lack of affordable housing. So there's a 20-point roughly spread there, but these are all things where a majority of the response to the survey said, yeah, this is something that's a problem. And we've got roads, homelessness, healthcare costs, drugs, and housing costs, essentially, in that secondary tier right behind wildfires. Things below this line are items where you still have levels of concern that are appreciable, but some of the intensity levels start to drop off a little bit. Nothing gets into the 30s in the extremely serious problem category. A couple of these in terms of relevance to considering a potential finance measure might be the amount local taxes people pay. Only about a quarter, 26%, feel particularly strongly that that's a serious problem. More than that, 34% feel like it's simply not much of a problem at all. But also, if you look at sort of inefficiency and waste in county government, 46% have more intense misgivings there, and that's kind of consistent with those prior questions. So you see something here where there's a number of things that people are really concerned about. County government, a little more ambivalent about it, but tax rates themselves, locally at least, are not things that voters put on any similar tiers or anything else we saw here. This is one of the questions I teased at the beginning here, and this is a bit of a proxy for where your ceiling might be of support for any sort of measure. And it's, do you feel like county government here has a need for additional funding to provide services. The scale that we use is the need great, some a little or no real need. We're pretty dismissive of those who think a little need. That's not going to be material if we're trying to decide whether to vote for a measure or not. If you feel like there's great or some need, that may mean that you're open to supporting a potential finance measure. In this case, essentially 3 out of 4 response to the survey said, yeah, the county needs more money, including a third, 34%, who felt the need was great. Pretty acute perception there. So this was a pretty high number, relatively speaking, to where we've seen some other types of communities. The next couple slides here go through some statements that we presented to respondents, and we asked them to say, well, do you believe this is an accurate or inaccurate statement? Kind of like a true or false sort of thing. The green bars are shades of accurate, and the brown bars are shades of inaccurate, and the gray bar in the middle means I don't know. And again, I'll tease this one at the beginning here. The county is facing a long-term budget shortfall. That's 64% said that's an accurate statement. More than a third, creeping up on 2 out of 5, think that's very accurate. Only 1 in 10 don't believe that's the case, but about a quarter, I don't know. In terms of does the county currently provide adequate level of services for residents? Again, you see that number kind of in that 50% category. We've seen that theme kind of throughout. About half feel like the county, feel comfortable with the job the county is doing, and somewhere around 2 in 5 have some level of misgivings, and this is another data point that's really consistent there. And then this last item here about the county's finances being generally well managed, this is one of the only ones that was flipped, where you have a plurality, almost half, who thought that was an inaccurate statement, including a quarter who thought that was very inaccurate. So at the same time, there's a feeling that there's a strong need. There's some concerns about financial management. This last slide here goes to a couple of the points Eric brought up in his staff report, which is if we were talking about potentially raising taxes in the county, whether they be sales tax or a TOT, do voters really have any feel for how those tax rates compare currently to surrounding communities? And the answer is no. In terms of do local cities have a higher sales tax than the unincorporated parts of the county? 43% said, yeah, that's the case, but you have more than half, if you include the don't knows and the inaccurates, who say, I don't think that's the case. In terms of the TOT, virtually nobody knows what that is. These are particularly the TOTs, a tax that's primarily paid by people who are coming here to visit your community. So that makes sense. It's not something that residents on a daily basis have any interaction with. So a lot of uncertainty, and people just aren't really that sure what the tax rates are compared to other neighboring counties and cities. So I'm going to take a little pause here, sip of water. Now I'm going to go through the initial reactions to both of the measures that we presented to the respondents. The first one is the TOT. And remember, these were asked in random order. So here's the hypothetical ballot language. We worked with your county council to come up with it so that it meets the legal threshold here, the 75 words that could hypothetically appear on the ballot. You've placed some stuff on the ballot in recent years. There's some distinctions there. There's something called AB 195, which is a relatively new requirement that says if you're putting a tax measure on the ballot, you also have to include not just the rate of the tax, but the duration of the tax and how much it generates on an annual basis. So there's a few more financial terms in here than you may have seen in the past. It also means there's a few less words that you can use explaining how the funds will be spent. But here it is. This is basically increasing the TOT by 4%, and also extending it to RV parks and private campgrounds. And then we asked respondents whether they heard on the phone or they read it online. How would you vote on this? And they would say yes or no. If they picked one of those two, we said, well, is that a definitely yes, probably yes, definitely no, probably no. And those whose initial reactions were to lean back a little bit and say, I'm not sure, we asked them if they're leaning one way or another. And so we can kind of got a 7-point spectrum here. And if you'll notice here that if these people were sort of pushed, you got to vote yes or no on this. For the most part, very few people were truly undecided, and you had 60% said they vote yes on the TOT measure, and 36% said no. So it's above the 50% vote threshold, not by an overwhelming majority, but it is above it. If you took out the leaners, you'd be in the sort of mid-50s range. The intensity is a little more on the yes side than the no side, 30 to 23%. Again, that's one of the benchmarks we look for. It's not an overwhelmingly stronger intensity, but it's in the sort of the direction that's more supportive of a measure, though. This is kind of an interesting thing. So we did rotate the order. So some people heard the sales tax and TOT first and second. In this case, if they were asked about the TOT first, support was all the way up at 69%. And it had a lot more intensity behind it. If they were asked about it secondarily, support was down at 50%. It suggests that hearing the sales tax first had a little bit of an impact on the TOT. It's kind of interesting, maybe even a little counterintuitive, because the sales tax would be paid by people more frequently who live in the county, and the TOT is not exclusively, but largely paid by out-of-towners. We'll see over the course of the survey those differences kind of come out of the wash, but it suggests here, keep this in mind, that that there may be, if there's any negative impact to having two measures on the ballot at the same time, it appears to be more against the TOT than the sales tax.
This was the initial time you asked
Correct.
the question. Thank you.
So let's go to the sales tax. So same hypothetical type of language here. We talk about a 1 cent sales tax in an incorporated area. Talking about the same relatively list of services. We didn't have to spend as much time explaining the mechanism, so we could explain how the dollars would be spent in a little more detail. And did the same thing. How would you vote on this? 65 to 32, a little more intensity on the yes side than no side. It looks very similar to the TOT support. A little bit higher for the sales tax. The margin of error being, because we're using the full sample here to try to minimize our margin of error, is about 5%. So the differences there are not large, but there's a little more support for the sales tax. And just keep in mind that, I'm going to go back here, it generates more funds, roughly a 2-to-1 ratio of funds, or 1.5. And also, because we didn't have to explain stuff about the recreational vehicles and the private campgrounds, we could spend more time explaining how the money will be spent. So this language had a little more detail in that regard. And support was a little bit higher for it. This is interesting, though. It didn't matter if you heard the TOT first or second compared to the sales tax. The support was identical, essentially. So the impact of having a TOT on the ballot appears initially, to your point, to not have as much of a difference. Now, the TOT was assumed to not essentially have a sunset. It would just go on at that new tax rate. The sales tax, we also asked it, assuming that it would not have a sunset. It would go on until ended by voters. But we called out, well, what if it had a 9-year sunset? And support here actually went down a few points, which is a little bit counterintuitive. There could be a couple of different rationales for this. One may be that voters just didn't, when they heard the measure the first time, just didn't pick up on the fact that it would go on. The language in there says you'll last until ended by voters, and maybe some people just didn't pick up on that, and this called that out. And the other side of that could be that there's a pretty strong perceived need for funding in the county, and it could be that, like, we need the money, let's not make it a short-term thing. We need the money now, we're going to need it in the future, let's make it a more permanent thing. I will say that when we go and looked a little bit at some pro and con arguments, one of the more compelling arguments against the sales tax was that it would potentially be a tax that would last forever, which suggests that there may be some more misgivings there about that than maybe are displayed in this particular question. Okay, the next section is how the dollars could potentially be spent. And I think there's 3 or 4 slides here. I'm forgetting right now. We went through a very long list of ways the dollars could be spent and some different sort of elements of the measure. We didn't present all these to everybody. It'd be way too long of a list. But we use a technique called split sampling, or if you're in a market research, A/B testing, where some of the respondents heard one list and some heard the other, but they had very similar themes in each list. So we weren't just giving everybody public safety things and everyone else something else. They got a mixture of these different types of services. And then we asked respondents, well, how important would it be to spend money from this measure or these measures on in these areas? And the scale they used was, is it extremely important to you, very important, somewhat, or not too important? And again, we focus on the more intense reactions. If it's somewhat important, that's not something that's going to really make a material difference probably in whether someone supports or opposes a measure. It's whether someone thinks it's extremely or very important spending area. And there was a real clear top tier. No question about it. 4 items, virtually all related to emergency services, emergency public safety services, emergency response, and wildfires, where you had more than 9 out of 10 or more thought was extremely or very important spending area, and more than 3 out of 5 said it was extremely important. So there's a real clear prioritization here. Fire issues, emergency response issues. I'm going to move down the list here a little bit, and you'll see these are a number of other items that are also seen as quite important here. And a lot of them are public safety related. And then at the bottom of here, you see roads. And we phrased it a couple different ways, trying to see which things resonated more with your response to the survey here, whether it's repairing the roads and repairing potholes or preventing the roads from deteriorating. There wasn't a huge difference there. If you take into consideration they were split sampled, a modest difference in intensity. But it seems like after these public safety items, roads was like the number 2 item there. And I heard on many a phone call with staff that should not be shocking. Kind of looking down this list a little bit more here, there's a few other items that were again in this, like those dark green bars are still pretty big, pushing 50%. A few of these things are more generic, which is like maintaining the county's fiscal stability, but also an accountability item here, which is requiring audits. Also item related to business development here and providing safe routes to schools. So I'm just going to do a little flipping back and forth here. Fire, public safety, emergency response, roads, fiscal stability, and also a little bit of business development seem to be in this top chunk of spending priorities. Moving down here, then I'll point out a couple of interesting items here. So if you look at the middle item here, repairing aging and inadequate local fire stations. Many communities all down the state are wrestling with this right now. And if you notice, 3/4 of the respondents said, yeah, that's a very important way the money could be spent. But if we go back here and we talk about maintaining fire protection services, 91% said that. In a lot of these cases, the inputs matter a lot less than the outputs. And if it is, you've got to fix those fire stations, I get it, but the main thing I want to pick up the phone, have someone come, and the voters tend to be a little indifferent to the inputs to that. They want the service quality to remain high. I think it's something to kind of keep in mind when you're engaging your community going forward with communications as well. Finally, some sort of non-public safety auditing things here is preventing the closure of local libraries, something that 7 out of 10 respondents said was at least a very important spending area. And then we start getting down to this 50% threshold, where a bunch of these items were kind of in the 60s, and the intensity, those dark green bars, are starting to get a little small, where the priority level just doesn't compare to other things. That includes animal control, parks, homeless services. You still have majorities who think they're important, and very few respondents dismissed any of these things. So those dark brown bars on the right-hand side, they're small for everything on this list so far. So even though maybe something like maintaining local parks doesn't have near the intensity of some of the other items here, only 7% think that's really something the money shouldn't be spent on. Get down below that dashed line, you see a few other items here about providing tourist and visitor services, sidewalks. What's kind of interesting here is that the audits seem to be a far more important item to response to the survey than citizen oversight. Okay. Last section here before we get into our conclusions, which is what happens with the pro and con arguments. So for the TOT, and we're lumping all the yeses and all the nos together, and we said, well, initially it started off at 60%. We went through some arguments in favor of the measure. It went up to 70. Then we went through some arguments saying this is a terrible idea. It went down to 65. Again, this is using the full sample to take advantage of all 403 interviews. So there was a little bit of a bump up when we went through arguments in favor of something. A little bit of some of that was lost, about half of it after negatives, but support stayed above that 50% vote threshold. Sales tax, a little less movement here, and that's probably because it started off at a higher spot. It started off at 65, it ends at 65. Which suggests that, and if you notice that the ending points for both these measures, after you went through and described how money could be spent, arguments-wise it's a good idea, arguments-wise it's a bad idea, they both ended up at about the same spot. A quick note, about what some of these arguments were. There's talked to staff about more detailed explanations here, but we went through, here are some reasons why this would be a good reason, a convincing reason to support one of these measures here. And there's not a big difference between the second item and some of the other ones here, but the top two items here, if you look at the whether something was a very convincing reason to support a measure, was that someone else is going to pay from out of town. For the sales tax, actually, it was somewhat higher than for the TOT, which I would have thought would have been flipped. But nonetheless, those were two of the most compelling reasons to support a measure. Was people come visit our community from out of town, they'll be paying a lot of this and bringing those dollars into our community. Again, but a couple of these other items that you see here, like road needs, not too far behind. I saw a couple nodding heads when we went through that and spending priorities there. Public safety items as well. On the no side, same sort of scale. It says, how convincing of a reason is this to oppose these measures? And they were, the first one here, they weren't nearly as intense as some of the positives, but you see the cost of living. This is the number one reason to oppose a finance measure anywhere in California right now. It's just really expensive. And you're layering in some other taxes. And then for the sales tax, again, we saw that kind of counterintuitive response when we asked the follow-up question about the sunset. But when we put a point on it here and said this is going to last forever, that seemed to be a more compelling reason to oppose the sales tax measure. So I think there's maybe some conflicting points of view internally with some of your voters about whether or not a sales tax should have a sunset or not. But one item that I think is interesting to call out here is throughout the survey here, there was concerns about, not concerns, but ambivalence about how the county's doing and the county financial management. That was kind of flipped a little bit. Plurality where it has some misgivings. But when we call that out as our reason to vote no on these measures, it was the least compelling reason to oppose the measures. I'll get to why I think that may be the case in our conclusions here. So my last two slides, and mercifully you'll be done listening to me talk, and Joy will take over here. I think just a couple of the key takeaways before we turn specifically to the measures themselves. There's some mixed points of view on local government. If you ask the right direction, wrong track, which doesn't have to do just with county government, but obviously other levels of government and other things going on in your community, kind of a mixture of optimism and pessimism here. And generally half of the response to the survey said that the county's doing a pretty decent job providing services. But there were some concerns about financial management. But at the same time, 3/4 feel like you need some additional funding here, and 3 out of 5, or a little bit more than that, understand that you're facing long-term budget shortfalls, understand the challenges that you're facing fiscally here. And that creates this tension of I may not be 100% on board with maybe everything that's happening at the county, but I really understand the financial needs that we're facing right now, and they're very real. And it's something in some communities you have to explain. Here you don't. Your voters seem to understand that and get that at a pretty visceral level here. And I think that may be why when we went through an argument saying, hey, they're just going to waste our money on these things, it didn't prove to be particularly compelling because that need may be overshadowing any misgivings that anyone may have. But that is clearly a tension in here right now, and that could change over the course of time between now and an election in the future. In terms of things that voters were most concerned about here, fires were way at the top of the list. Drug abuse, road conditions were obviously up in that sort of top category as well. In terms of spending priorities, fire response, emergency response, and roads, a pretty clear theme of top priorities. So in terms of whether a measure or measures are viable here, you've got close to 2/3 initially supporting a sales tax, 3 out of 5 saying they would support a TOT, and those distinctions weren't much difference between November and March. And it looks like when you put the TOT kind of did better on its own. When you put the sales tax in there, support went down a little bit, although the TOT appeared to have no material difference on the sales tax. But after you went through, here's how the money could be spent. After you went through, here are reasons why you should support this, here are reasons why you should oppose these, support converged and end up at kind of the same spot, which is in this sort of mid-60-ish range, which is a tick below, 10 points below roughly that the 74% feel like the county needs additional funding, but it's probably around 10 points higher than those who feel like the county, feel good about the county services and how they're being provided right now. So somewhere in between those two data points is where support landed. It feels like that one of the big compelling arguments for both these measures is that someone else is going to be paying this and bringing funds into your county. In terms of the criticisms here, that the sales tax is going on forever, the cost of living is really one of the most compelling criticisms there. So I think you've got some options to consider. I think that Joy and Eric can talk to these as well a little bit here. If you want to be particularly aggressive, you could put them both on the ballot. The survey results suggest in this snapshot in time that is a potential path you could take. Obviously, a survey is a snapshot in time. I mean, things can change between now and then. It seems like having them both on the ballot doesn't really have an impact on the sales tax, might have a little bit of an adverse effect on TOT. So a more conservative approach might be just to focus on maybe the one that gives you the most funds, the sales tax measure would seem. But that's something you'll have to do some considerations with over time and engagement with your community to discuss. All right, we have just 2 more slides here that Joy is going to go over.
So just a couple slides on what some options for next steps would be. Obviously, this is to provide information about how the community and voters would support a potential sales tax or TOT. We really believe that part of a process is going to the next step and starting to do outreach to your community. Oftentimes, this includes developing a public information plan, describing the needs and the types of things that would be funded from a potential finance measure. That might include talking points and FAQ, going out and talking to stakeholders in the community to help you understand if there is enough community support to move forward and when is the best time to do that. Timing is always a consideration when you look at having both March and November available to you. You would want some of the county team to go out and do some of those outreach meetings that would help you, again, understand from the community where the support is and when would be the best time to do those ballot measures. So for general planning timelines, you have a couple deadlines. If you are looking for a March 2020 election, you would need a first and second reading. So we've put up some potential dates there. You can see that December 6th is the ballot resolution filing deadline. So it would have to be filed and completed by that time. So November is really your timeline for moving forward with one or both of those measures. This particular slide also goes through what we often believe are important steps as you're moving through the process. Those in the red and dark black are things that the county can do as they're moving forward with potential ballot measures. Obviously, that in the gray, that's an independent advocacy campaign. Those are things that happen after the board vote. So just kind of a graphical representation of things that can be done between now and then.
All right, thank you. So based on the information we heard today and the survey that was conducted by FM3, your staff does recommend the board directs staff to prepare an ordinance to place a sales tax measure on the March 2020 ballot that would increase sales tax in the unincorporated area of Tuolumne County from 7.25% to 8.25%, and prepare an ordinance to place a transient occupancy tax measure on the March 2020 ballot to increase the TOT in the unincorporated area of Tuolumne County from 10% to 14%, and to extend it to recreational vehicle parks and private campgrounds. Any questions?
Any board questions of staff or the presenters? Supervisor Kirk.
I think it was on slide 9. It said 48% don't think we use our money wisely. Was there any examples or that we don't manage our money correctly? Let's see down there. Did they have any reasonings or examples?
Yeah, we did not provide. Oops. Thank you, Joy. We did not go into that in any more detail than that. We just read the statement and asked them to respond. Sometimes we ask open-ended questions following things like this, but this was not something we necessarily anticipated. So.
Okay. Any other questions? Public comment? None? Oh, come on up.
Thank you. That was very informational. I have one observation. Much of the documentation in aggregate supports this. What we're faced with is a declining population, and nobody seems very concerned about it. That's the 20% on one of your graphs. Concerns with response and growth in this community is probably your single biggest effort. I represent myself primarily and other people like me. I put $3 million into this community so far. It's not that noticeable, but I'm in the process of trying to create 85 jobs. One of the single biggest weaknesses this county has, it's fine to talk about getting more people working here, but the question really isn't getting more people working here. The question is, what are they going to do? And there's a catch-22 that I've identified and I think is very important, is where do they come from and what can we do about it? One of the areas that we have as an infrastructure here that is grossly underutilized is fiber optic cables. Everybody remembers about a month ago, we had a major outing that just wiped out this community. That's when Caltrans dug into a fiber optic line over in Calaveras County. Not their fault, not the issue. But it demonstrated very quickly that it is used up until the very final step. It's used by major providers. Blue Mountain Minerals uses it because they went out and paid for a link so they could use it. And we need to begin to look at putting some, well, that's perhaps a wrong word. We need to have serious conversations with the phone companies, AT&T that controls those lines. They didn't put them in, but they control them. And Verizon about using the potential we have there for telecommunications, because it is a source of high revenue potential residents in this county. We can compete for residents very effectively against San Jose, Saratoga, and Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, and too, because their costs are 5 times higher than ours. If those people are able to communicate via telecommunication, they have real incentives to move here. It helps the schools, it helps the tax base, which is a real issue that you're talking about here. You can raise taxes on people, and I'm not saying you shouldn't, but the real issue is getting more paid people up here to tax, because that's how you spread your base. Thank you. I'm not lecturing to you. I'm suggesting another avenue that hasn't been explored from what I've seen here. My name is Chuck LeCamp. I do business as Metron Construction. I'm not looking for work and do not accept it. And Jamestown Ranch, Inc., we're special needs, and we put considerable money into that program. I want this county to be successful, and that means bringing more people here. It helps everybody. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you. And I don't disagree with anything that you said. But I do want to clarify a statistic that is very often misrepresented, and that is the unincarcerated population of this county has not decreased significantly. Almost all of the decrease in our population is a result of the decrease in the incarcerated portion of our population, which is commonly reported as part of our population. But we do need to grow our population. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing at all. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name's David Goldenberg, Chairman Rutherford, members of the board, Theo Riggs. Just a couple of questions. How many registered voters do we have in the county, roughly?
Our auditor, controller, elections, yada, yada, yada.
Commissioner Emeritus.
There you go.
Passport agent.
She would love to answer your question, I'm sure.
We have just about 32, little over 32,000, about 32,200.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if we polled roughly 400 people, we've got less than 1.5% of the voters were, when we look at the numbers here that you did. Is that a typical polling number? Or is that maybe on the low side, or?
Go ahead.
Yep. No, that's pretty typical. So the margin of sampling error there is for 400 interviews is 4.9%, and that would be the same margin of sampling error if you did 400 interviews statewide or in Tuolumne County.
Okay. The only other question I had is how much did this study report cost the county?
The contract was for $38,500.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Good morning, Board. Kathleen Haff. I have another question also, and that is looking at this study and deciding which item to put on for March. It looks like the conservative approach would be for the sales tax to go first because it garners the most money. I'm just wondering why the recommendation was made to put both on at the same time, and I'm thinking that November would be the next time it could, the other measure could go on the ballot. Would there be harm in waiting until November, and what kind of harm would there be? And might we have more success in both succeeding if we had the one measure when we vote in March and one measure for the TOT when we vote in November?
Go ahead.
So yes, the more conservative approach would be just sales tax. However, knowing the shortfalls that are coming in the future as well, and also the impact on one versus doing both was not significant enough for us to say, let's do one now and one later. And you'll hear more about the shortfall later when we talk about budget. So these recommendation is for both in March.
Yeah, March would impact the full year of next year's budget, and November would, at best, impact about a half of the year of next year's budget.
Correct.
So that was, I'm pretty sure, the reasoning.
That was part of it, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make a statement that we all want this. We all want these measures to be successful. So finding the best approach is important.
Go ahead.
Sales tax, there is a 110-day wait period. So if the sales tax went on the March 2020 ballot, it would not be collected until the after July 1st of 2020.
Yeah, but it would be collected for most of the year.
It would be the 2020 to 21
Yes.
fiscal year.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the board.
I have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
So that was actually an interesting question that we just had from the public, and it's kind of where my mind was going. I see that we do have an immediate need for this, but then it becomes a moot point balancing the budget if these measures fail. So the goal to me is not necessarily to balance this year's budget, it's to be successful with both measures. And so I guess my question for FM3 is, in your experience with these types of statistics, what's the margin of error for failure and success if you have two measures on the same ballot? Like what percentage impact do you foresee that happening if you have both versus just having one at a time, March and November?
I can take a stab at this, and Joy probably has some thoughts as well. Unfortunately, there's no perfect statistic to figure that out because it really depends on the types of measures. We've seen in some communities where, let's say, there's a couple school measures, and one was elementary, one was a high school, and they do a joint. The community eventually has a joint campaign, and they kind of get seen as one. There's virtually no impact adversarial about that. We've also worked in some other communities where there's two different measures that are kind of similar, and there may be some competitive sort of, I'll support one, and I can pat myself on the back and say I've supported this community. Now, these are a little bit different in the way they're perceived here, is that both of these measures seem to be perceived, obviously the TOT, it makes 100% sense, but they're both perceived as things that other people will pay. And so it looks like from the results here, and we don't know this for sure, but that may be something that mitigates the potential negative impacts of having them on the ballot at the same time. At the same time, it does appear that the sales tax does take a little bit out of the TOT, so it's not like there's no impact, but the fact that there's no observable impact on the sales tax with the TOT being on the ballot there suggests that voters perceive these as someone else is paying them, so I don't feel quite the same pocketbook hit personally if I vote for both of them.
Yeah, I might add that I think the communications around the measures also make a big difference as you're going forward, talking about the need, talking about what types of services could be funded. I do see times when more than one measure is on the ballot, people will think that they're choosing between one. So they may decide to choose one over the other, just as Kurt just said, kind of that pat on the back. But if there is an effective, transparent, and open communication process, we do see that there is better understanding. But keep in mind, many voters go to the ballot to vote in a presidential year, and the first time they'll see something on the ballot is when they're standing there voting on it or when they're reading it in their ballot book and making those decisions. So it can be a toss-up, but early communications can seem to make a difference.
Yeah, and that's the way I view it is that, and I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate here on this. I do tend to think that it's probably a better move to put them both on the same ballot, and more for not for our immediate budgetary needs so much as we have data right here, right now, in this space and time that shows that it's more likely to be successful than not. And so we don't know what the future will bring, and by November, the situation may have changed and those numbers may not bear out. But for the time being, I think they're fairly reliable. And so, we'll have to strike when the iron is hot. But I'm open to what other board members have to say.
Okay, Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, there's never any guarantee, obviously, in ballot measures. But looking at these numbers, they actually surprise me that they are as strong as they are, knowing the history of voters in the county on some of these measures in the past. So, timing, outreach, like you've mentioned, is probably the most important thing, and really educating the public on what actually happens. The difference between the TOT and the sales tax, so many people just don't understand the TOT process, that it's not coming out of their pocket. Very rarely. You might rent a room in the county, but not too often. But if you do, even at the percentage you're renting, it's going to be a lot less than in San Francisco or here than it is in San Francisco. So I would be, before probably giving it a try, to put both of measures on the ballot.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah. Like Supervisor Gray, I was a little bit surprised by the TOT piece and thought that it would actually be slightly above instead of slightly below. Curious with staff, after our discussion today, has anyone talked to the city and are they considering any ballot measures? And if not, is that a conversation that we should have also?
I have not had a conversation with the city administrator as of yet.
Okay. Anything?
Sure. A lot to digest. I was surprised, honestly, by the support for both measures. Interesting, 74% say that of our population believe that we do have a long-term budget shortfall, and I do too. I guess for me, the frustrating part is it's sad that we're to the state when the state has a $21 billion surplus. I don't think we have a problem with our people paying taxes. I think we have a problem with the state sitting on surpluses and spending money in other places. And quite frankly, I would like to give this presentation and our budget shortfall to the governor's office and say, you know, 1% of our taxes goes to our local county while they sit on the other 7.25. So for me, as a citizen, I don't want to keep paying taxes when I see the state wasting money and putting it in different coffers that don't affect the tax-paying citizen in our county. However, as a board member, I also see the shortfalls and I see where things need to be corrected. And what's really interesting, and I'm proud of this board, is if you look at the priorities. Our priorities for this year are fire preparedness, land use, road improvements, vulnerable population. And if you look at slide number 7, it basically outlines exactly what our board has prioritized. So I think we should continue making these a priority. My concern is, it's easy to go after taxes, but hell, I would love to have an appointment with Gavin Newsom and his staff and say, this is our budget. We're laying people off. We can't afford fire. We can't afford libraries. We can't afford the basics in government. And yet we're sitting on a $21 billion surplus. We're giving money to people who don't pay taxes. We're not being good stewards at the state level. And I'm a firm believer that the local county can do it much better than the state. So I don't know if there's any way that we can send a letter through our legislators or, from this board to the state level with our presentation. I know to some on this board or to some of the community it sounds like a political game, but I honestly, because of the support, because of these numbers, this poll, I'm glad that the citizens are going to have an opportunity to decide if they want to increase revenues for this county. And I'll try and bring that 48% who say they don't think that we're doing a good job with our finances. I think we need to be good stewards if we do get this passed. So with that being said, that's just my frustration, my 2 cents. Let the citizens decide, and if it passes, we'll do the best we can managing it. But I just don't feel that the state's doing their part. That's my 2 cents.
Okay. I hate taxes. I hate raising taxes. I certainly never ran for office to raise taxes. But I have watched we have 2 curves, and they're both growth curves, okay? One is our revenue curve that's increasing at a pretty steady rate. And the other one is our cost of doing business curve, okay? And that's increasing at a greater rate than our revenue is. And those lines crossed about 4 years ago, as best I can remember. And we've been cutting staff positions every year since then. We're doing, and I want to thank our staff, because something that gets lost in all this translation is that they've been doing more and more with less and less. And my favorite quote is, you can only do more and more with less and less until you're doing everything with nothing. And we all know that's not possible. So I want to thank our staff for helping us get through this period. I was disheartened to see the lack of confidence in the board, but I was very heartened to see a higher confidence level in our staff that they're doing a good job. And I really think they are. And again, I want to thank them for that. Back to the taxes. I agree with a lot of what Supervisor Kirk said. The reason our cost is going up is because of state mandates that are not fully funded when they come to us, and are funded less and less as a percentage of the mandate every year after it comes to us. That's what got us where we're at. And I am a fan of putting money away for a rainy day, but $21 billion when virtually every local jurisdiction in this state, certainly all the rural jurisdictions in this state are suffering, does give me some pause. And we are working, just so everybody knows, we are working through our CSAC and RCRC, our advocacy groups, but quite frankly, the state is not always listening, but we will continue to work that problem. I want to thank FM3, there we go, FM3 for this study. It's very illuminating to me, and I also want to echo what Supervisor Kirk said. Supervisor Gray picked up we keep these up on our dais, our board priorities. These are the ones we set at the first of every year, and they mirror the public's priorities. We're doing our best, folks, but I do think we need to stay on those priorities. Obviously, the briefing illustrates that. Thank you for the information, and I'm looking for. I do support putting them both on March. If I were going to go any other way, I would go with the sales tax in March and then look at TOT in November. But we really need the money going forward with the 2021 budget. So I'm more in favor of putting them both on in March, and hopefully we'll have a good, constructive information campaign associated with that, and hopefully we'll succeed with both. That would be my intention. Anyway, I'm looking for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Hey, Rotifer, real quick.
Yes.
Sure. Would you mind, and we'll move forward with this and I'll second it, but could we give direction to staff to reach out to the governor's office to have an appointment with some of his staff to give them a presentation on our budget and what we're dealing with? I know we're working through RCRC, but if we're going to pursue this, I want our constituents to know what we're fighting at every level we can to present our situation to the governor. Kind of like what we did with the insurance commissioner. Have a meeting, go through our budget, show them what we're doing, show them the cuts.
I will take that on to work with staff as our CSAC representative, and what I don't want to do is get out in front of CSAC and undercut something that they might be doing, but we will look at, Ms. Riggs and I will look at how best we do that and certainly engage with the governor's staff on either singularly or in concert with CSAC.
Right.
Okay? So I have a motion by Supervisor Gray. I don't believe I've got a second yet.
Reluctantly, I will second.
Okay. Got a second by Supervisor Brennan. This is not something any of us, I don't believe, really want to have to do, but we do. So with that having been said, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Oppose.
You're opposed?
Yes.
Okay. So the vote is abstain. The vote is 4-1 with Supervisor Kirk opposed. Okay. Would the clerk of the board please? Thank you very much again. Pardon me? Yep, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes. Thank you for reminding me. Our meeting is back in session. I still have a head on my gavel, so I guess I'm doing pretty good. Would the clerk of the board please read our second 9 o'clock appointment?
This is a presentation and direction on development of the fiscal year 2019-2020 Tuolumne County budget.
Okay. CAO Riggs.
All right, good morning. Tracy Riggs and Eric Earhart with the County Administrator's Office. And I did just have someone in the crowd tell me that they would not want to be me for any money in the world. So I'm not so sure about, going through this process. Anyways, so the item before us today and before your board is a follow-up to what we did 2 weeks ago. And so 2 weeks ago, we went through in detail each of the cost centers that were affected. I'm not going back through each of those cost centers. What we are doing is at the end of that board meeting, your board provided direction to staff as to what you would like us to incorporate and find a way to include into the 1920 budget. And as a way of review, those items were looking at refunding the bookmobile for the library, continuing to look at paying down debt, our contingencies and our reserves, the Parks and Rec contract. We will have a further conversation about that. It resides in the recreation budget, our facilities budget, just as it always has been. It has not been removed. And then we will come back in the future and look at the Parks and Rec for reasonable fees and cost recovery. And then finally, what we talked about was those public safety positions, and we will go through those as well. So with that being said, we'll go through some of these slides. Some of it is a review and of what we went through 2 weeks ago, so please bear with me. There may be some who haven't seen this. And then we will get into some of the detail of incorporating the additional information and services into the budget. So this is our mission statement your board adopted some time ago, and essentially telling us that we are committed to providing exceptional public service that focuses on the health and safety of our community, exercises natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, promotes economic prosperity, and enhances the quality of life. And then out of the California Constitution, where it tells us that we are actually charged with public safety as the first responsible of local government, and local officials have an obligation to give priority to the provisions of adequate public safety services. And then here, all of us know, but just as a caveat to this, is public safety comes in many forms, and it's not just maybe deputies and our fire personnel, but also all of our human services, our libraries, recreation, every single thing that every one of us do, it does lend to public safety within our communities. And then just a review of where did we leave off when we came in June with the recommended budget. We knew that we had about a $3.7 million deficit in the general fund. We needed an additional $500,000 for fire. So we needed a total of increased revenues or decreased expenses in the amount of $4.2 million. Some of the key assumptions that were utilized in developing the fiscal year 1920 budget were the reorganization and restructuring of the Community Resource Agency, reorganization of recreation and library services, elimination of the General Services Agency, a new fee structure for recreation services and hall rentals. And again, that's not, while some of the revenues have been placed into this budget, we will bring those to you at a future meeting here coming up very soon. One-time revenue from AB 109 to fund jail deputies for the transition into the new jail. So I have been discussing this with our chief probation officer. It's $109,000, the request that I've made to their executive committee, and they will be meeting fairly soon. And then our contract with CAL FIRE. It's standard practice that we do what we call net the contract. So we look at the gross amount of that contract and we look at historical, what have we been paid, and knowing what the weather pattern has been, and then we net it out to what we expect to pay. There's always some risk associated with doing that, and thankfully over the years it has our estimates have been very, very close, but we do like the board to know that that has taken place again this year. Okay, then we'll get into what are the changes since our August 20th board meeting. So as your board had directed us, you wanted us to find a way to put those public safety positions back into the budget. So we have these following positions have been added back into the cost centers, and they are effective as of January 1st, 2020. So there's a deputy district attorney, 3 deputy sheriffs, a probation officer, and an animal control officer. That is approximately $231,000 to add those positions back into the budget. We also, a community development department, as we look at restructuring this agency, part of reducing costs, the staff had reduced outside plan check. Spending some time with staff, what we are recommending is actually we would put $65,000 back into that line item, which will allow them to send different types of plans out for outside review. And while they're restructuring and working through this new administrative process, that will keep those projects moving through the queue. The other one is they had reduced their training to very minimal levels. We increased that by $10,000 so that they can meet the minimum level for training for their department. With library,
Was that last one 65 or 75?
65 plus 10,000 for training, so the total of 75.
All right, sorry, I missed that.
That's okay. Library, your board had directed that if at all possible, you would like us to add the bookmobile service back into the library budget. We did that. In order to do that, it's about $35,000. And the reason for that, while running the bookmobile itself is relatively inexpensive, meaning it's really gas that you're doing and some repairs and maintenance, we do have to pull that staff member who does all of the organizing for it and driving it. So we had to put our relief staff back into the budget so that she could be out there in the field providing that service.
Real quick, what would you have used that position for?
I would
you
have
cut the bookmobile. Would you have put it back in the library?
I would have put it back in the library, and we would have reduced relief staffing,
Okay.
which is how we had it originally on August 20th. Okay, so additional changes. We had talked about during the last board meeting that we have 2 older Durangos that the administrative building has, staff in this building have availability to them for vehicles. Those vehicles are older. Their mileage is starting to, I'm sorry. I just skipped right ahead of you guys and went to my next slide. So probation, thank you. We're going to back that back up. I was just skipping ahead. So probation, the courts, some of you have seen some of the emails that have been flying around about the courts received some grant funds. Some of those grant funds, the judge is working with Linda Downey, our chief probation officer, and some of those funds would come to her department. So it would fund 2 probation techs and then associated service and supplies costs for that. We are asking that we would add those into the budget. We would not actually fill those positions until we had a fully executed grant document with the presiding judge.
And those are fully grant funded,
Those
right?
are fully grant funded, correct.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, these are grant funded, but we want to make sure your board is aware of the change. So as we went through drought and then tree mortality, we had 2 administrative analysts and 1 office assistant. When Supervisor Campbell left us, that analyst position has remained vacant. What we are asking to have a better use and flexibility.
We haven't even missed it.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I think I'm still doing the same work. Yeah, I could do both.
For a lot less money, huh? So with this, what we'd like to do is take that vacant analyst, and we'd like to eliminate the analyst and then add in an administrative tech. And then we have an office assistant. She is doing a great job, but we'd like to work her at a higher level that she's more than capable of doing. So we'd like to convert her position to an administrative assistance. So there is an actual savings, but then these are grant funded. There's not really an impact to the general fund, but we do want to make these changes, and we are asking that your board would consider that. All right. Now, let's get back to the vehicles. So if you were to look at the two, we have a red Durango and a white Durango. They are inching up in miles. Am I on the right page? Oh, I'm sorry, 118,000 on each one of those. Furthermore, what happens is because a lot of staff don't feel safe in these vehicles, they choose to use their own vehicle instead, and we reimburse at the much higher federal mileage rate. What I'd like to do is use fund balance to purchase 2 new vehicles, and so it would be an SUV that would be all-wheel drive and then a sedan. And what we could then do if we have what are deemed as safe vehicles, we could actually require our staff to take those before they take their own vehicle, and they're not reimbursed at that higher rate. Those vehicles would be available to anyone, not only in this building, but if there are others who needed that and it was available, it would be available for all staff, not just those in the administrative building. The other item is a tractor for Standard Park. Over these last years, we've talked about that when department heads are forced to make a decision between equipment and services, they always will eliminate equipment and keep the people because the people are what provide the service. Well, in Standard Park, we have a tractor that is several decades old, and we need a new tractor to maintain that park. What we are again asking your board consider that we would use fund balance to purchase that tractor for Standard Park, and then that would give them an updated piece of equipment that they could use. That's approximately $50,000.
I just want to clear that when you say fund balance, that's one-time
Yes.
money, and these are one-time expenses.
Right.
So they're not recurring expenses.
Yes, and we'll get into some more about
Maybe
fund
in
balance.
40 years it might
Yeah,
Maybe.
there'll be another one-time.
Yeah.
Tracy, is this brand new tractor?
Yes.
This is dumb.
We'll look at whatever's most economical, but this would give us a placeholder to purchase what they would need.
And they don't have one as we speak?
They have an old one that is falling apart and broke down quite a bit.
Okay. Do you know how much they utilize it on average?
I
Is it daily
know
use?
Daniel was in the back of the room. I can't tell if
Every
he's still
day.
back there, but he was, so he would be able to tell
Every
you.
day?
Every day.
Daniel's
Every day.
nodding his head every day.
Every day.
Every day. Okay.
All right. Then the other one is, you may remember earlier this year, we came before you with a need for animal control. By reinstating the relief staff and the animal control officer, I am recommending that we would use that fund balance to bring forward to purchase the truck and a box that is a certified box. Remember, the other ones are out of compliance, so this would bring them into compliance. It would also take some time, even if they ordered this box, before it would even be available for the staff to begin using. So that is approximately $70,000, and that has been placed in their budget as well. Before we go forward, do you have any questions on any of those items? There's not a ton of changes, but there are some. No? All right. So right now what we have, and you don't have them before you because Deb is still working with departments to our auditor controller to get us a final fund balance. I know she was still receiving some changes in journal entries just over the weekend even. But what we've talked about is we need to make sure that we are not operating outside our means, meaning our revenues and our expenditures should match. So this weekend, as I was sitting there looking at our preliminary Schedule 1, which shows us our beginning fund balance, your revenues for the year, it gives you a combined total revenues, then you have your expenses, any reserves, and then you have your total expenses. When I began looking at that, I was thinking, okay, so where are we with matching our revenues to our expenses? So on here, you'll see, and again, this is preliminary because we are waiting for Deb to finish working. She's working with all those departments. Hopefully they'll be done soon and you'd stop sending her stuff. But $78 million are our revenues for the 1920 budget year. Right now, that Schedule 1 has an estimated expenses of $80.2 million. Now that, as you can see, is more than our revenues. However, what I do want to remind everyone is that when we have a beginning fund balance, and I wanted to talk about what is a beginning fund balance. So much like when each of us get paid in a month and you pay your bills, what happens at the end of the month or the end of year is what you have left over. That's kind of what we have. We base a year on all the revenues we think we'll receive and the expenses we think that we may need. Beginning of the year, you estimate for much higher than what might happen, meaning I'll use an example. When I was behavior health director, I always budgeted in the event that we would have a state hospitalization. For every month we did not have a state hospitalization, I was able to move $40,000 every month out of that line item, and it could go back into contingencies. That becomes part of fund balance. The same here. When we have more revenues and our expenses are not as high as what we estimated, that's what creates our fund balance for a year. Part of that fund balance is always the unspent contingencies from the prior year as well. So we had about, I don't know, 600 and I don't remember, $50,000 of contingencies in 18-19 that didn't get spent. As of Friday afternoon, the estimated fund balance, and again, she's still finishing this up, so this is subject to change, was $3.2 million. So as I go back to this, if we have $78 million in new revenues coming in, that would actually include your fund balance, and we have $80 million in expenses. That $80 million includes the contingencies that are currently at $1,054,000, reserves for $250,000. Paying off debt, as we discussed last time, paying off these two debt will free up $781,000, but to pay it off, we need $534,000. Additional transfer to fire to get them to balance of $456,000. If we were to include all the vehicles as outlined in the previous slides, would be $195,000. And then Debbie receives some grant funds for elections that she has to update, and there's a small match, and that's $40,000. So as you get down to that, you'll see that's $2.5 million. If you subtract that from your 80.2, we are actually have $78 million in revenue and $77.7 million in expenses. My point in that is that based on the calculations that we have as of today, we are spending less than what we are bringing in.
What's the percentage on the contingencies, the 1.54 million?
So right now, board policy is 1% of our operating general fund. So right now it's $78 million, so it's $788,000. The other part of that bring you up to $1,054,000. You may remember during the last board meeting, because we're not sure how we will work out with those recreation fees that we will go forward. We took the same amount of the increase in recreation fees and we placed that same amount of $266,000. They've been placed into contingencies. So should your board not adopt what we did assumptions, we do it later, any type of delay, we have contingencies that can backfill any of those revenues should they not occur. Okay. But it's 1% of your operating, which is $78 million right now. Okay, let's make sure we're on the same one. Okay, so this is just another review, but some of the first uses when we look at having beginning fund balance for the next fiscal year. So again, we're estimating at $3.2 million. We're using almost $2 million of that to fund contingencies at a higher level than what is the board policy. We have reserves going in at $250,000.
Just to correct you, we're using $200,000 of that additional contingencies? You said $2 million.
$2,200,000, yes.
Okay.
And then we're paying off debt, which is the two different loans for $534,000. So as we go through the year on our Schedule 1, I explained how you have your beginning fund balance for the year, you have your new revenues to get to total revenues available to spend, you have your expenses and any reserves you might do, and then you get to your total expenses. The projected ending fund balance as of right now on that Schedule 1, with all things considered, and this is based on an estimated $3.2 million beginning fund balance, we'd have about $1.1 million left over. So we've come up with some ideas that your board could consider for how to use those additional funds. We've been talking about fire. Earlier you heard FM3 talk about individuals are more worried, and that was more worried about the outputs than the input. If we don't give them the proper ends, the buildings to be in, the equipment so that they're safe, they can't respond. And so I spent the weekend talking with both Mo and with Josh, who both said, the Type 1 or Type 2 engine, they need them both. This is based on a Type 2 at an estimated $700,000. We do need to do a capital improvement plan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to remind the public that's listening that we had a briefing earlier about the age of our fire equipment, and virtually all of it is aging out. So we really do need to start making some investments in this area. And I say that because not everybody will remember that briefing that we got from County Fire.
Right. We do need to update our capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan Daniel Richardson did, I think it might have been 10 years ago. As we look at where we are today, what we haven't been taken care of, as we've talked about repeatedly, is when we look at trying to maintain services, there are other things that when you're in the middle of a budget crunch that go to the wayside. Equipment, your capital infrastructure, maintaining your HVAC systems, doing general aesthetics or replacing windows and doing the inside where we need to replace carpets that are fraying and coming apart. So what we need to start looking at is that capital improvement plan and updating it. We need to know we know that the HVAC system in this building and in the CRA building is constantly being pieced together by our facility staff. The kudos goes to them. Every time it goes down, they get these back up and running. But there are times that our CRA building, some of those front offices can be 90 degrees over there while they're working. So a capital improvement plan would help us focus as we move into the future. Where is it and how much is it to keep these buildings and our infrastructure up? While we've been focusing on staff and services, we do need to start focusing on our buildings and equipment.
Hey, Tracy, so how do we come up with 175 for that?
I was working with Mo just on the cost of what she's had. She's dealt with more contractors, so that's an estimate based on a comprehensive update on that plan.
So we'd be contracting it out to do that?
We would be contracting it out, correct.
What about the plan that we already have in place?
It's outdated. It hasn't been updated in a decade.
In a decade, but could that be as a template?
You could start from there and look at where, I mean, it's definitely a starting.
Sounds like a lot just for a plan.
But remember, we have, I forget how many buildings. Over 100 buildings. We have lots of areas that we lease. We have different properties. This is in addition to our, we will also have the 2 courthouses that when the courts move, those 2 buildings will need to be brought up to code as your board decides what it is you'd like to do with those buildings. We have some significant changes coming up in the next few years.
Yeah, I guess I have kind of similar questions on that this is it's money going to a capital improvement plan and not the capital improvements themselves.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is for them to come in and tell us how bad are they and to help us prioritize which we should be replacing first.
I mean, could not facilities and county staff do that as part of their?
My recommendation would be we pull in someone separate and do it. I'm not saying they couldn't do it, but
Well,
that
it's
is
just you talk about replacing an HVAC system, $175,000 would go a long way to doing that.
In this building?
Not very far.
Not very far.
Well, a couple
Less
million
than-
probably
Cisco
for this
building,
Yeah.
not very far.
Yeah.
Probably a couple million for this.
Yeah.
I mean,
Anyways, it's just another item. Your board doesn't have to go there, but I will tell you that we have aging buildings and infrastructure, and if we don't start putting them into a cycle of making those repairs and maintenance, we will start having our HVAC and our elevators, as we know, we're the one that stops at every floor, no matter which direction you go. If the HVAC goes down, I will have to find alternate location for those staff. So just something to think about in the future. The other one is when we talk about paying down unfunded liabilities, and this one in particular, and these are dollars that can be moved in any other places. They don't have to just go here. These are just some considerations. One of those would be leave liability. So that is the fund when we pay out vacations and people retire. That's the fund we make those payouts come from them when Debbie processes those final paychecks.
Yeah, and again, all of these are one-time costs with one-time money. I hate to keep reinforcing that, but the other thing about paying down unfunded liabilities is that's actually future cost savings.
Right. Yeah.
So, that's not only is it a one-time cost with one-time money, but it has long-term benefits for us too.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have to pay that off eventually anyway.
And that was actually going to be my question is, what, if you were to compare, say, if you just took $192,000 and put it in an index fund and collected the interest, what would be the difference between paying down those unfunded liabilities a year later versus paying them this year? What additional costs accruals are going to come if we don't pay off this portion of the unfunded liabilities this year and put it off for another year? I'm sure you have all that information.
Well,
right
about
at your
15 things are
fingertips.
going through my head. It's not just a simple answer. You know, Debbie manages those funds. She is here. She could answer some of those questions about what she might recommend, pay me now, pay me later,
Right.
is kind of where you're going. I don't know, depending on the interest rate that we do internal, and I can't tell, is Deb still in the room?
I'm just wondering if it is wiser to pay it down piecemeal or set up a separate fund.
We have a
with the
separate
intention-
fund. So there is a
So-
separate fund for workers' compensation
Right,
post-retirement.
and putting it
yes.
into that fund rather than paying the.
So we have, right, and we have actuarials that are completed usually on an annual basis, and I'm going to let Deb will tell you more about that.
We have a lot of internal service funds that have a lot of unfunded liability. And in this particular year, where we are laying off staff and we have an aging staff who are contemplating retirement, we are getting hit in our leave liability pretty strong. To give you kind of an area, a couple years ago, our leave liability was funded probably around 33, 34%. Today, it's down to 23%. And today's money or tomorrow's money is going to cost us more than today's money is going to cost us. The other thing that we need help with, or I need help with, at least in the first 6 months of the year, is that we have a lot of funds that not from a budgetary standpoint, but from a cash standpoint, including the general fund, that by the end of July is negative cash. The general fund is negative cash because we want to save almost $250,000 this year by paying our PERS in July, and we save a lot of interest. But until we get property tax money into the general fund in December, the general fund is negative, and I need my internal service funds to float all the cash in all the different funds, the road fund, the general fund, capital. So the stronger we make the internal service funds, there will be a point in time where it'll be hopefully like our post-retirement fund, our leave liability fund. If they're strong enough, we can start not having as much money taken out annually to the different departments. So I don't know if I answered all your questions, but comfortably, for most, a 70 to 80% funded. I mean, that's what we strive. We're striving for a 70% in workers' comp. We should be striving for a 70% in our leave liability.
So just to kind of get down to the basic question, in your view, is it more advantageous to pay down those leave liabilities as quickly as possible rather than put it into the fund and pay it down?
Right. Leave liability, you're just putting money aside to pay for any, year and a half. Last year, we had 3 county employees who hit our leave liability, and all 3 of them were more than, they were in the $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 range that we cut them checks. That's not the norm, but when you get some not old, but old-time employees that have 15, 20, 25 years with the county, their accruals are considerable. And if they are high-paid county employees, then their cash out is considerable. Your board has done wonders to put ceilings on newer employees, but us, not me because I don't have accruals, but old-time employees that have been around until they cycle out, they can have as much as 1,980 hours of accruals to cash out. That's a lot.
One more question. You mentioned that leave liability is funded at 23%. What percent does 200 or 190,000 represent?
I'd have to go back and look it up. I'd have to do the math.
Is it significant?
It's not significant, but it probably jumps at maybe 3%, 4%.
That's significant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One other point I want to make is that when we were working on budget, one of the actions that we took to balance budget was we actually decreased the charges out to departments for mandated costs. This is one of those that was reduced. Normally, we try to grow, and there's a board policy. So some of them we try to grow by 100,000, some of them we try to grow by 250,000. But when we have these years where we are trying not to reduce services, what we will do is go back in and reduce the amount we grow these funds. This is one of those funds. By putting this back in there will help us bring back what we would have been had we not reduced mandated cost to balance the budget. That's just another. Your board has the option, obviously, to take none of these, to take some of these. You could also take that amount for now. It could go into contingencies. There are a lot of different ways that you can utilize that estimated ending fund balance for fiscal year 1920.
And Trace, real quick, the 700,000 for the fire type engine has that been discussed with White and with the fire chiefs? Where is that engine going to go?
So that would be a Tuolumne County engine, and I know I saw Andy in there. I spoke with Josh and Mo yesterday. Again, this is a Type 2 engine. He could tell you the difference between a Type 1 and a Type 2. Josh explained it to me. I don't remember all of the nuances, but he will, and you could decide which one you think is the best one to put funding towards, should your board decide that's where you want
Shouldn't
to go.
we rely on the firemen's?
And that was
They say they need it. The one I got yesterday was a Type 2, and that was both from Mo and Josh. Okay, we're almost done. So this is kind of a revisit. It's been changed just one way. This was on your August 20th presentation. So as we look at what are we carrying forward, what do we know we're going into fiscal year 2021 with? So as we had already discussed, if we pay off those 2 loan payments, that will free up $781,000 and as we move into next year, that we will not have to make those debt payments in 2021. Roger Root, our IT director, also sat down and he gave me the number of what will not need to be carried forward that's in his current year budget that we won't need to carry forward into the 2021 year budget, and that's approximately $700,000. So we have about $1.5 million that we are estimating will be in reduced expenses when we start the year out next year. Then we say, all right, what do we know that's coming that is an increase in expenses? And we've talked about this PERS fixed payment. We are, Deb and I are estimating $1 million increase above what we are paying this year, and that's what it has been the last 2 years. Salaries and benefits, this is about $1.5 million as we move into next year. The jail to run for a full year, this doesn't bring it to maximum capacity, but it does definitely add to the number of beds, about 25 to 30 beds or inmates. That would be $1.5 million for a full year. That includes all parts staffing, jail medical, food, all of it, utilities. And then there's a new thing we just became aware of maybe about a month or so ago, that when the state builds a courthouse and they then occupy that courthouse, the county has an obligation for a county facilities payment. It varies very widely across counties, but when they move out of our courthouses, we will be obligated to reimburse the state based on, and we haven't found the formula yet, but it's called the County Facility Payment, or CFP, to the state of California. We are estimating $200,000.
Is that a one-time or recurring?
It's annual.
Annual, thank you.
So I think it's $116 million per year are what counties are reimbursing the state of California for all the different courthouses that the state owns right now. So we would be placed in that same group of counties once they occupy the building out there on the Law and Justice campus.
So what, with those buildings, we're just going to be paying $200,000 a year exponentially. What happens if we want to sell? The state owns them?
No, the buildings here are ours. It's when they move out of county-owned buildings and into a state-owned building, because they used to be part of the state, courts used to be part of the county. When they separated, there's an obligation for the county to provide facilities. There will be some, we'll be talking with the presiding judge, because there's some ways that we may still use that building, and we will bring that to you with some future uses. But if we're not providing any facilities for the state, for the courthouse, then there's a formula in which they assess a fee to the county.
So if we use that building in any way, then that fee gets waived.
If they don't use it, right. If we use it for them, essentially, yes. It could not waived, could be reduced.
Reduced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we don't have all the specifics.
As they sit on a $21 billion surplus, state of California is going to give them $160 million a year?
$116 million.
$16 million a year for vacant buildings.
Not for vacant, it's because they're using their own buildings, right? They're occupying their own buildings, right? So this is just a placeholder. So we're talking about $4.2 million in potential increases next year. So the net shortage could potentially be $2.7 million.
Okay, just a quick question. Back to the county facility payment. When they finish building that building, that is a state-owned building because we sold them the land that it's on, et cetera, right?
Right.
So they're responsible for the facilities maintenance of that building, right?
They are.
Okay. And I assume that that's what that $200,000, that would be their story of where that $200,000 is going, I guess.
Possibly, and this is just a placeholder. That's
Okay.
just the minimum of what we've seen from other counties.
Okay.
It could be higher. Yeah, it
Love
could be
the
lower.
state of California.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of this until they kept, as I had relayed, they kept asking what were we going to do with the courthouse, wanting an informal and a formal statement. So I finally said to Eric, why do they keep asking, why do they care? And that's when the court executive officer explained to me why the state cared.
Okay.
So with this being said, we talk about, we know we're carrying forward about $2.7 million. I want to make it very clear, this $2.7 million does not take into consideration any increase in revenue. We've seen about $1 million increase on a healthy year every year in general revenues. That would bring us to about 1.6. But we would still have a deficit moving into the coming year. Then there's some other considerations that just want your board to be aware of as we move into these coming budget years. Between December of 2019 and June of 2021, every single one of our MOUs with our bargaining units will expire. So over the course of the next 18 months, you will be entering into negotiations. And so these are just considerations for you to think about as we move into the future. And then your board is aware that we did submit first notice of interest, and then we were asked to actually submit letters of application. And that was for Cal OES for hazard mitigation grants. There are 4 grants that we applied for. There was to place generators in the community hall in Groveland and for animal control. A water basin study, and that is really to figure out what is it we would need to do to keep Groveland from continually flooding in that area that they've been flooding, and then a strategic fire plan for the Highway 120 corridor there. If they were to award all of these grants, the potential match is 25% share of cost for hazard mitigation grants would be $100,000. And we don't know right now. We've been asked to apply, but we have not received any notification about whether or not we will be successful. And with that being said, next steps would be after your board provides direction on what you would like to see incorporated into the final budget hearing, that a public hearing would take place on September 17th at 9 o'clock. That will be posted in the local newspaper. We are obligated by state law to have it ready 10 days before for public preview. So this Friday afternoon, we would put a copy of the budget in the clerk's office, and then we would then begin working on getting that budget memo and all those wonderful binders that we hand out to you by very early that next week, so that we can get those out for your review and sit with each of you in case you had questions. And with that being said, we're looking for any direction you might provide us and changes you might like us to make based on the presentation today.
Okay, public comment?
Good morning again. David Goldenberg, Chairman Rutherford, members of the board. The slide that had the use of fund balance and board priorities.
Direct your questions to the chair, please, and then.
I was wondering if we can bring up the slide that had the fund balance and board priorities.
Want to do that?
It was like 2 from the end or so. Okay, so the payoff debt, what debt is being paid off with that?
You want to elucidate that?
So as we described in August 20th board meeting, what we have are an internal debt for the law and justice and juvenile hall, that all of the there was a loan internally that did not qualify to be paid for with bonds. That was an internal debt that will pay that off. And then we have the law and justice property itself, which will be completely paid off as well.
Okay, thank you. And this overall plan, is this keeping in line with the August 20th, the same staff layoff plan, 9 positions, I believe it was?
Except for the ones that were reinstated. Is that correct?
Right, so we are still operating on that same plan and the same handouts that were given out, and there were actually a total of 15. It was because it looked smaller than it was just because of the number of jail staff that would be coming in mid-year. So there were 9 staff being brought in mid-year.
So what's the final number of staff
15.
being?
There'd be 15 positions that would be eliminated.
15, okay.
Positions, a lot of those are vacant.
Positions, not all of those are vacant. There are potentially 3 that may or may not find another place in the organization.
Okay, so at that last budget meeting, if I understand correctly, there was 9, so that's reduced to 3 then at this point, is that correct?
I'm not sure where the 9 is coming from.
Well, it was on your staffing sheet where you were showing
It has not changed, so it would still be the same.
this sheet here. So this sheet is remaining the
holds,
same?
correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. The capital improvement plan, yeah, I had the same concern. You know, $175,000 to have somebody, figure that out. I mean, not long ago, the county had $190,000 that they paid to figure out what to do with the remaining areas of the Law and Justice Center. That is up to $365,000 or so for those two. I mean, it seems like should have some county staff that should be able to do some of this work. We're spending a lot of money to pay contractors to sort this out. Anyways, I guess that's not so much of a question. It's just a frustration that the county's spending that type of money. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other public comment?
Good morning. My name is Renee Hendry, and I am currently employed as a Planner 2 for Tuolumne County. I am here to respectfully request your board's reconsideration of the proposed layoffs of the Planner 1 and Planner 2 positions for the Community Resources Agency, also known as the CRA. While it appears to be a financially sound plan to separate the CRA into the Community Development Department and a Public Works Department with 2 directors, the proposal for the layoffs of the 2 existing planners does not appear to be financially sound or make common sense. The 2 existing planners could be retained at a cost of approximately $124,000. There is a proposal to add 3 new positions, which are a land use coordinator and 2 land use technicians. These 3 positions would cost approximately $165,000, which is an increase of $41,000 over the cost of retaining the 2 experienced planners. The new positions will still need to interpret the existing general plan and the ordinance code and help people with land development applications. Would it not make more sense to retain the 2 experienced planners who have over 17 years of experience helping customers with their land use questions? I am not only a Planner 2, I am the primary planner for the Local Agency Formation Commission, also known as LAFCO. How will the required municipal service reviews and LAFCO applications be processed once I am laid off? Hiring a consultant to do the LAFCO work would actually cost the county more money. I am also the primary planner for the Williamson Act Land Conservation Program. I have been interpreting Resolution 10604 and the Government Code for over 15 years to help run this program. If I am laid off, the proposed pay for the 3 new positions would not be sufficient for me to apply for these positions to support my household. Since there have not been any real public explanation on these 3 new positions and how planning type of work will continue once the experienced planners are laid off, Your board does not appear to have sufficient information to make an informed decision concerning the reorganization of the planning division. It would make more financial and logical sense to retain the 2 existing planning positions in order to continue to provide gold standard service to the customers of Tuolumne County. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Charles LeCamp. I go by Chuck. That's my nickname. I find it almost ironic that I'm following Renee because I spent 10 years fighting with her over different issues related to the Williamson Act. And during that time, I got so frustrated I pulled out of it. The improvements that were made to CRA, it used to be called CDD. I like to think I helped rename the department to CND. That would have been county non-development. You have staff in that department right now who are excellent. You have laid off already 2 senior staff. That would be Doug Oliver and Dave Gonzalez, as I understand it, who are excellent. Dave Gonzalez was instrumental in turning around a department that did pretty much damn little to one that's finally working on your behalf and everybody else's. I'm a working contractor in this area. I need to get plans and permits out quickly and effectively. I do not need more delays. Since you have laid off parts of staff, that includes 1 planner, I have been at the department, and I am not criticizing the staff at the counter. They do one hell of a job, pardon my language. They really do. But in 5 trips, I finally round down the planner who can help me make a decision about something I'm thinking of buying. That's 3 weeks. Now, if I didn't deal in damaged property, that property should have been gone. But if you're going to deal in damaged property, you're looking for the stuff nobody else wants to sell and fix up. That's what I do best. I've made one heck of a lot of money doing it, and that's why I'm able to afford to put money into Tuolumne County. I need the help of a responsive, aggressive, capable and staff, which CRA presently had or has. Many of the people you have are there. And I think I'm going to quote Carl Rodefer here. You said it, Carl, but you're exactly right. When you squeeze more things out of fewer people, sooner or later, and I'm paraphrasing you, you get to the point where you do nothing with nothing, because that's multiplication of effort is still 0 when you put 0 in the equation, and that's what you're working on doing. Do what you can to save this department. It is a major income source for this county, or should be. You went through 12 years where it wasn't. It's just beginning to be positive again. And one of the considerations, and I am not going to suggest how you handle it, only that you look into it, think about increasing the cost of building. There is building going to occur, and it should be profitable to do, and it should help finance this county. So if it costs some people more money within reason, they'll pay it. They are your developers and your financial future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Could I, Chairman?
Yes.
A question for Ms. Riggs. Would you go over the changes that we're making in that department one more time? How we're going to be splitting the department and moving the people that are still there, giving them the opportunity to still work?
Right. So I'm going to do this from memory since I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me. But you would take the current Community Resources Agency and divide it once again into two separate agencies like it once was. That means you would eliminate the super agency department head, which was your CRA director, and you would create, hey, thanks, Sarah. You would create a community development director and a public works director. Within the community development department, we have been working to look at a total reorganization of that department. And so in order to focus on the general plan, which is what your board has been directing staff to do, we've been looking at creating the natural resources in land use division. They will still do planning, but they will do more than just, and I say just planning, I do not mean that to sound that way. They will do more than planning. They will also be focusing on land use and natural resources. And part of that, as I've been talking with you, is taking on more of the natural resources that has been taking place in our office and moving it to staff who are better qualified to be reading those environmental impact statements and environmental impact reports. So there is a change, absolutely, and there will be a transition, but that's where we're going. Public Works would be, you would create your Public Works director. She would still have, or she or he, we will do interviews next week. They would still have your Public Works, roads, engineering, solid waste, and we've talked about putting airports over with the Public Works director as well. And I'm sure, GIS was another one that is overseen by that current assistant director. You would eliminate also those two assistant directors as well, and then your board would be recruiting and interviewing for two new directors.
Thank you.
Okay, come on up.
John Furiani, general contractor area here. I did have a question on that $65,000 for outside services on plan checking. Doesn't the permits pay for that? I mean, I know we pay a ton of money for our permits. So I was confused why.
Well, it would be difference between, as we're going through the transition, having staff who are working through transition and helping to keep as they work through the transition, having a separate agency that can keep those moving while they work through that. But yes, there is a fee for the plan check. You're right, for all permits.
So I'm just confused why there would be a cost. I mean, we pay for it, so why would there be?
So anytime we want to increase a line item, the board has to approve that. So we had taken it out. We're asking to put it back in.
Okay.
That had been removed previously.
Speaking from someone who's had outside plan checks on large homes and stuff, I'd rather not ever have mine go out because it's a real inconvenience. And secondly, we have had a major brain drain here. Duke's gone, stuff like that, and I've gone in and tried to get questions answered. I'm not a big developer or anything, but just, like I have a client wants to buy a lot and encroachment off of 108, and how do we do it? And it's been very frustrating and I would encourage that we try to keep as much of the brains we have here now still here because it's really difficult to get answers. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. I guess I'll start over here this time. Anybody on my right?
Sure, I'll start.
Go ahead.
When we talk about keeping the brains in-house, would Renee, I'm sorry, would she have the opportunity to apply in-house and still keep her expertise in-house?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because, I'm not a developer. I know the headache they're talking about, and it's real important to me that we keep a close eye on this because if it's starting a backlog, it's like that gentleman said, it's important that, I trust Quincy and the team and their opinion. And so I would just ask that if it becomes an issue with developers, if it becomes a trend where people are having issues, we're notified. We got to give it a chance to work, but that's just my concern on that. When it comes to, let me see, page 6. When it comes to the, where am I at? Capital improvement plan. I get that we need a plan and there's things that we need to do. I just feel like with this current budget year, and I don't think any year is going to be easy, but I feel like I saw the one that Daniel worked up, and I know it's 10 years old. Perhaps our managers could refer to that and make a priority. These are the 10 priorities that we need to accomplish. I'd rather see that 175 go towards unfunded liabilities, pay down debt, or put some money back in actually fixing some things up instead of just steadying it. I'm not knocking the steady. I just feel like there might be a baseline already available that maybe staff could look at. So that's a recommendation I would like to see changed. When it comes toward, let me see, I had a question real quick about the cars. The SUV and the sedan for all administrative billing, is that everybody, building department here? I mean, what was the specifics for those two cars?
So right now, we have the white and red Durango that most of us know. Those can be used by any county staff. They're primarily used by the staff within this building, but that does not mean that they can't be used by any other staff.
I guess what would they be used for?
We use them for conferences. We use them to do training. They use them when they have to go, say, to Groveland, or we travel up to fires. And you go to state meetings, any of that. Those are available for any type of travel that is related directly to work.
Okay, and we already have two?
We have two with 118,000 miles that are starting to break down.
Two at 118. Okay. My personal opinion, 118,000 is not that much. I have 180 on one car, 160 on another. I would recommend that we only get one car, put the other money towards debts and liabilities, or just something else. I think 116 is, I get that starting to get up there, but that's my recommendation on that. And then animal control, I know we were talking about that vehicle. And again, they just got one approved, and then they had one that they fixed up.
That they cannot take outside the general populated area. They will not take that because it's not a very safe, and they're not compliant. So remembering that they're using vehicles, those boxes are out of compliance. They no longer meet state mandates. That's that, and it's almost as expensive as the vehicle when you buy that box.
Okay.
Yeah.
People love their animals. So, okay. And let me see if there's anything else. Sorry, this is a lot to go through in 30 minutes and come up with recommendations, but let me just see here. We're reinstating public safety positions. That's good. It should be our number one priority, public safety. What was that last thing I saw? We were kind of talking about it, paying down unfunded liabilities. I think Debbie said that we were at 33, 34%. Now we're at 23. I'd like to get that number back up to that range. So I guess when it's all said and done, those would be my recommendations. And I do like that you put in here, I know it's not going to be discussed today, but bargaining units. You know, we want to make sure we're paying our employees a proper wage, but we also got to understand that with PERS and with those costs, how it's just going up exponentially. So I'm looking forward to having more discussions about that. As a state employee, I don't know how they're affording our costs. I honestly think PERS is going to be broke in the future. So if I were governor, I'd vote against my own retirement system and my own paycheck because I don't think it's sustainable. So I think we need to have that conversation. Which will come due here in the next year or so, but to be reasonable and to look at our retirement systems. So, thank you.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, so the recreation fees that are part of the contingency calculation, I just want to really, I know Eric is going to be looking at that. He's going to be working with the partners. I put a high priority on what the value is of having those opportunities available for the youth in our county. And so I just want to state that, and I want to be, I'll look forward to seeing how that rolls out. And I know, again, he's going to be really talking to the folks that are using that facility. I'm happy to see an investment in some fire equipment. And again, the experts are going to tell us, and I know they're going to do a very diligent search. And one thing our staff does really well is find the best bang for the buck. And so I've got a lot of confidence in that. Also think that we need to be looking at paying down that unfunded liability. On the capital improvement plan, I know there will be a point in time where we need to do that, but I'm not sure about the timing of that right now because we have a lot of moving parts with moving into some new, with the jail and the courts, a lot of pieces are moving. And then I wonder about what our opportunity will be based on the conversation that we had before this, the presentation. I don't want to have a document that sits on a shelf and becomes outdated because we don't have any revenue to do the projects. I know that we understand that there is a backlog of work to do, and that is something that I think there will be a time and place where we need to do that. I'm just not certain that the timing is correct right now. I want to talk about the CRA department a little bit, and I think all of us up here on this dais do not want to see a slowdown in our ability to get things done, and going to really be looking to staff to provide us where any of those shortcomings are. But I also see a need. Ms. Peterson is absolutely wonderful as she is, has been just a tremendous asset on the natural resource piece. But it's difficult when we are being asked to respond to documents. A perfect example will be the Cal VTP, which is a vegetation programmatic NEPA document or CEQA document that the state did, and was hundreds of pages long, with 30 days to respond, and yet that document had more capacity to make a change for us to get programmatic work done on this fire issue. And we were challenged between the two of us to read the document and get answers in a timely way. And so having some capacity in our CRA department from the biological perspective would certainly be, I think would add tremendous value when we're asked to comment on these documents, and they are coming quite rapidly because there is so much change going on, with the recognition that we've got to do more than what we're doing. We talk about pace and scale, and yet we don't actually get there. I'm going to get off my soapbox, but the only piece is we are going to be seeing more of these kinds of documents in the future, not less. And so we've got to find a way to have a little bit more capacity in that area. So with that, it's balancing both those needs.
Supervisor Gray. Okay, I think with the capital improvement plan, what I like to see done there is that $175,000 put into the contingencies. Have the old plan looked at by staff, see if there are some certain things that we can glean from it that would give us some ideas. We know whatever plan we have, we're not going to be able to do it all at once, and we have some really bad things that we already know need to be done, like the Francisco building and this building, and we probably don't need a plan so much to do that. So address the worst first, and then, but put that in contingencies just in case there's something that we can't really. We're not. In other words, we don't have the money to do the whole plan if we had it done. So let's put it up in contingencies and think about it a little bit. Like Supervisor Brennan said, we're all concerned about the changes in the CRA department. From our economic vitality is based on how much that we can move through that department. And, I ask the same thing is let us know what's going on. If there's issues that we are going to bog us down to where Mr. Ferrari's not going to be able to build a house, we want to make sure we know that's happening, because that's our lifeblood. That's how we're going to get us better off. With the rest of the stuff, I think staff has done an excellent job in defining where the funds are, where they need to go, and I'm happy with that.
Okay. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, first off, I wanted to thank Tracy and your staff. I mean, we know that you've been working on weekends, and just viewing this process, it's clearly evident the work that you've been doing. Our budget outlook for the county, it was better at the last board meeting than it was a month ago, and I think it's better now than it was at the last board meeting, and that doesn't just happen by accident. So thank you for that. The one thing that I'm a little unsure about is the assumptions of the rec fees, and so I think we need to err on the side of caution and assume that we won't bring in the kind of fees that we're hoping or budgeting that we will. And to kind of make up for that, I'd like to, as other board members have said, I'd like to look at removing the capital improvement plan. It doesn't, I just have a hard time supporting a capital improvement plan when we don't have the money for the capital improvements that the plan will come back with inevitably. So, you know, that I think that's an easy area where we can put money back into contingencies. And while I sit here, I'm struggling with the, and you know and I know, I'm going to hate to say this, but I struggle with the $75,000 for the additional vehicles. I've used both of those vehicles extensively, and I can attest to the poor quality of them and the poor state. But I believe it was Supervisor Kirk suggested we just go with one vehicle and not two. I think that's probably a good compromise. You know, if we can at all possibly put it off for another year to get both vehicles, I'd like to see us try. Obviously, if the wheels just fall off, then you don't have much choice, and we want to take action before that happens because it's cheaper in the long run. But I'd be more supportive of one vehicle, maybe the SUV, than both at the same time. And I'm very supportive of the animal control vehicle. I did have a question. I remember this was brought before the board a number of months ago. This is essentially putting back that truck that when we had the option for the diesel and the gas, and we selected the diesel only. This is that gasoline truck, right?
Right, this was the second vehicle we didn't add in at that time.
Okay, and is the price the same now than it was at that point?
It's an estimated price. If we don't use it, of course, it stays in, it will go back into general fund balance.
Okay, because I remember there was a like a discount or some kind of deal you got if you purchased the vehicle.
Well, we have the state contract, which we would order under. Is that, I can't think of anything else.
Yeah, we do have a state contract that we would order the vehicle under. However, if we pay the whole invoice within a certain amount of time period, they do provide an additional discount with that.
Okay. And then I also agree with the tractor. The last thing is CRA, which is the toughest pill to swallow. I agree with those who've come to the podium to say that they're worried about that the changes that we're considering will impact services at CRA. I think that they probably will, to be honest with you. And if some of the things that we're removing today, we could roll some of that. Basically, with what we've discussed today, is there a possibility of putting back some of the positions we were discussed moving around in CRA, or what would it take to kind of back up a little bit with some of the reorganization?
It would be up to your board whether or not you wanted to reorganize it overall, or if you wanted to allow staff with the recommendation from the staff to do the restructuring as well.
And how hard would it be to restructure it back again if in the future we're able to come up with additional revenue sources?
Meaning to take it back to where we were, and I'm not sure which
well,
part
not
you're
necessarily where we
referring to.
were, but to me, this is the bare minimum of services to the community that we're proposing with CRA. I don't really see how we could go much more basic than this. What will it take money-wise to improve those services? I mean, you know, how many more staff? Are we talking about a large undertaking? And how should we be budgeting for that next year or 5 years down the road?
So some of the biggest changes in your CRA department, other than taking it apart, and the loss of your super agency director, is you're losing a behavioral health. Environmental health. You're losing another, not the chief building, the plans examiner, but that is part of the restructuring. So the comment earlier we'd heard where the chief building official was laid off. That's not true.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of moving parts there. So could we come back, and we will always, because I don't think this is the end of restructuring. There's some other changes we would like to make next year. So I think the easier way might be have us come back in 6 months or 3 months even on a quarterly basis and provide an update to your board based on how well the restructuring is taking place, and do they have any additional recommendations. You will also, and I hope that I would have heard as well, but the good, the bad, and the ugly is what people are experiencing. It's nice when they give us the good, but we always want to hear about the bad, not after it's been that way for 3 months, but as soon as they're experiencing issues. So that would be one of the options, would be to come back. We can always add back, but remember, with our funding, in order to make public safety a priority, we looked at everything else that was not public safety in order to balance. So we just added back in 6 public safety positions at $231,000 for 6 months. The CRA was a big part of how we balanced this year's budget. They had the single biggest reductions.
Right.
Yeah.
And, I think, and that's true. What we're left with is a CRA of necessity, and not necessarily what we would envision if we had all things being equal. And so what I'd like to do going forward is come up with a plan for what we would like CRA to be, and then start budgeting now and working toward that in the future, rather than I just feel backed into decision on CRA.
I need to step in,
Yes,
okay? Because this sounds like we're tearing something apart. CRA 7 years ago did not exist in this county, okay? Community development and public works existed in this county. And quite frankly, CRA was a kludge necessitated by a personnel action, and I'll just leave it at that.
Well,
and so
you can call it whatever you want. It's the reduction in the services that I'm talking about.
Okay, I'm not convinced that we're reducing services in the main, but I do agree. I think that we need a somewhat comprehensive presentation on how we're restructuring CRA and what that means to our customers. Okay, and I think that exists, and I think that we need that preliminary to our budget hearing. So it can be the same day. Maybe we do our budget hearing at 10 o'clock. But I'm sensing from this board, for whatever reason, I don't have those concerns personally, but for whatever reason, there's at least 2 members of this board that do have concerns. Those concerns need to be alleviated or addressed or something, okay?
Absolutely.
So, again, the Brown Act has some negative consequences, so I don't know what everybody knows. I know what I know, but I think it's incumbent on staff to address the issues that have been raised prior to us having our budget hearing.
I just want to alert your board that on September 17th, not only do we have the public hearing that will be your budget hearing, you also will have interviews for your those 2 positions should you proceed. And then we have a supervisor who actually is not here for the afternoon session. So I've been trying to cram as much as we possibly can in that morning session in order for that board member to also participate in those interviews.
Then I would recommend you get offline with each one of the supervisors prior to the 17th and address the issues. But CRA, as a super agency, did not exist until just before I came on this board.
There is one other alternative you could create. We could create a special board meeting. It's the second Tuesday of this month. We've talked about doing that for budget, and we could do that specifically to look at the reorganization of the department. Just an option.
It's not that complicated. This has been explained to us, hopefully one-on-one. We're going to have a department that will function. And I think the point that I was trying to make is that we just need to know how it's doing. We make these changes, and then we see how it's doing. If it's doing real well, that's fine. If not, we're going to have to tweak it and make it better. But to have a full study on this right now makes no sense. We all should have enough information and understanding on how that department works and what these changes mean.
Okay.
Well,
just to put your mind at rest, that's what I was saying, was just keep us up to date as we go through the changes.
Yeah, not that we need a full study right now, but that we sit down at some point and decide what, call it CRA or whatever department. And the fact that we are, losing positions in that department, I would say proves the point that we are reducing services. But so just real quickly, the last two things I had, I support the addition of a fire engine as well as paying down the unfunded liabilities.
Okay,
Supervisor Rutherford, I just want to address something
Sure.
that Supervisor Campbell had hit on. You had talked about your concern and wanting to be conservative when it came to recreation revenues. You may remember we've already the same amount of revenue that is included in the budget. That same amount has been already increased in contingencies in the event that your board not approve those as they are based on the assumptions. So that we've already taken that into consideration. So make sure you understand that.
Great. A little extra never hurts, though.
No. Okay, so I just want to address some things that have been addressed. First of all, our chief budget officer made a career decision. We did not get rid of him, okay? I'm sorry, chief building official, not budget officer, chief building official. And as far as the CIP, honestly, I'm kind of two minds on that. I hate paying to do studies to decide what you got to do when sometimes it's pretty obvious what you really need to do. On the other hand, trying to do a CIP in-house, okay, it's going to be done by the same people that are trying to maintain the buildings that are grossly been neglected for over a decade. And so that's going to take away their capacity for work to keep the buildings up to what I would characterize as minimal standards. I don't know how many of you enjoy riding that elevator. I certainly don't, as an example. If you haven't gotten lost on the floors, you don't know what I mean. But anyway, so if we're going to do a CIP, it's probably going to have to get contracted out. I don't know if today's the right day to do that, or actually 2 weeks from now is the right day to make that decision. I'm not going to fight anybody on it. The vehicles, I think you missed a salient point that the CAO made, and that is that if we don't replace those vehicles, people will choose, our employees will choose to not use them, and we will reimburse them for their mileage, and it will cost us more money if we don't replace those vehicles. And for one, I will never vote to require our people to use those particular vehicles. I would have no problem voting to require our people to use those vehicles or not get reimbursed if they were new and safe and roadworthy. Okay? Routinely, we do not staff our county government to do one-time kinds of projects like CIP as one example. There's several other examples where we're contracting out. We don't want them sitting around when they don't have to do that. Okay, we staff our county government for, I'll call it a steady state workload. So whether it's contracting out for the CIP or we're contracting out for plans checks or whatever, okay, we will always have some surge requirement that we're going to have to contract out for. So to come in and say, well, the staff ought to be doing that, if they've got free time, yeah, they ought to be doing it, and we shouldn't be contracting out. But we don't make those kinds of decisions when we've got staff that's available to do it. So I appreciate all the comments, but again, the only thing that I'm wondering about is whether it's the time to do a CIP or not. I'll go either way on that, but the rest of it, I like the staff's recommendations. So what are you hearing there? Because you're looking for staff direction. What do you think you got?
So this is what I have right now, counting my votes here without. So no on the CIP for now. We could place that amount into contingencies in the event that you might change your mind later. The reason for this is, you guys, I know you hear this when you're out in your groups too. It is standard practice for an organization, especially a county, to have those. It doesn't mean we have to do it right now, but it's something that I would be remiss if I did not bring to your attention. Sounds like the fire engine is in. I didn't hear a no on that one. We have mixed reviews on vehicles. We can do the one. We can do two.
Bring back two options, 1 and 2.
All right. Let me just go through. We already have the additional and contingencies. The other one that was consistent was put some extra money into the unfunded liabilities. Sounds like you're good. Animal control, standard park, the tractor. Animal control, well, first we can get that box ordered. It'll be some time before. If it ends up being that it's not ordered, that it's not here, we may not even order that other truck until we know the box is on its way. The truck will be much easier to purchase than getting that box here. Am I forgetting anything? We will definitely bring updates back with the CRA reorganization and restructure, and we can have both of whoever you select as department heads, remembering that you'll be doing interviews, you'll be entering into a contract with those new department heads, and so they will answer directly to your board on that structure and how well that it is being run and meeting the needs of our community. And is there anything else? I think that's what I have.
Okay, are there any additions, deletions, corrections to what CAO Riggs just articulated? Okay, then I guess you've got your guidance, and we are going to adjourn for lunch here. I am going to ask County Council, I guess, and the CAO if we can make our 1:30 appointments 2 o'clock appointments. Is that, no, 1:30? Okay. We're adjourned for lunch. We'll see you at 1:30.
Oh, yes.
Ryan, part of the problem. I'm going to go ahead and reconvene the Board of Supervisors from our lunch break. And would the clerk of the board please read our first 1:30 appointment?
So this is a presentation of the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau Annual Report.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rutherford and members of the board and staff. We're excited to be here today to give you our 18-19 annual report from Visit Tuolumne County. I'm Lisa Mayo. I'm the president and CEO for Visit Tuolumne County. So first, I'd like to acknowledge the Visit Tuolumne County team that is here in the front row today. And also, we have a board member here, Terry Marshall. And thank you for coming today. I'd also like to acknowledge Joe, IT Joe, for helping us make sure that our video plays properly for you today. So today's report is going to be a little different than in the past. We wanted to do something where we could really bring you into what we do and immerse you into our world a little bit more, and bring the annual report to life, where it's not just words and pictures on a piece of paper. You can reference, of course, the full 20-page annual report for additional information, as well as the annual report highlights booklet. We also have some of those booklets in the back, and members of the public who would like to see our reports, they are on our website as well at visittuolumne.com, and it's under the membership section, and they can go on there and see the reports that you all have as well. Or they can come to our headquarters, too, at 193 South Washington Street in Sonora. So I hope that one of the biggest takeaways from today after you watch our video is that you'll see an evolution of the role of Visit Tuolumne County. While influencing visitors to Tuolumne County and making sure that Tuolumne County becomes their destination of choice remains paramount to what we do, we also continue to have a larger role in destination management, addressing issues such as destination development, over-tourism, stewardship, excuse me, and sustainability. We also continue to expand our role in the area of crisis communications and crisis recovery. And we feel it's especially noteworthy to acknowledge these additional roles of Visit Tuolumne County moving forward. So with that, here's a video for you. In July 2019, Visit Tuolumne County President and CEO Lisa Mayo received her Certified Destination Management Executive credential from Destinations International. This recognition is the tourism industry's highest individual educational achievement. Lisa's final exam paper was on advocacy, government, and community relations. Also in July, Visit Tuolumne County proudly received the Destination Marketing Accreditation Program designation for meeting 93 rigorous standards set forth by Destinations International. This illustrates Visit Tuolumne County's commitment to being the best destination marketing and management organization it can be for Tuolumne County.
You're invited to Tuolumne County. In just a short drive, you'll be in beautiful Yosemite, nostalgic Gold Country, or in the amazing High Sierra. Travel back in time on a steam train or stagecoach. Take in an outstanding live theater performance. Hike and bike on colorful trails. Ski, ride, or play on slopes of shimmering snow. And with less crowds, you'll find yourself awestruck in breathtaking Yosemite. You're invited to find the best of each season in Tuolumne County. Plan your getaway at visittctoday.com.
Unwind in the fresh air of Yosemite, Gold Country, and the High Sierra. Just 2.5 hours from the Bay Area in Tuolumne County. Hike, bike, or horseback ride on wildflower-lined trails. Discover glorious waterfalls, paddle or fish on pristine lakes and rivers, and experience the uncrowded side of Yosemite. The family will love riding the free Tuolumne Adventure Trolley, running through Gold Country every Saturday through September. Plan your adventure at visittctoday.com. That's visittctoday.com.
In spring 2019, Visit Tuolumne County implemented Flip2, an innovative online platform that helps destination marketing organizations tap into the unmatched impact of visitor advocacy. Flip2 takes shape in the form of an online gallery of user-generated photos and captions, showcasing visitors' authentic experiences. Through the platform, Visit Tuolumne County powers online photo contests where past visitors share their memories, encouraging others to visit Tuolumne County, visit our website, or follow us on social media.
Hi, I'm Steve. I just thought I liked walking California. I love riding Tuolumne Adventure Trolley.
Hello, it's Tyler with Tuolumne County Transit and the Transportation Council, and I just wanted to take a second to say thank you to the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau. What a great opportunity we've had to partner with them on a number of services, including the Tuolumne Adventure Trolley. Thank you to Lisa and her team. We enjoy working with all of you and appreciate your partnerships.
This international tour operator event is exclusive to American West destinations. Visit Tuolumne County attends every other year, and this year the event was held in February of 2019. Visit Tuolumne County met with over 40 travel trade representatives. IPW is the largest international media and travel trade show in the U.S. This year, the event was held in Anaheim, California, giving California destinations increased presence and opportunity. Over the 3-day event, the Visit Tuolumne County team met with over 80 media and travel trade representatives from all over the world.
Hi everyone, it's Jeff Simpson here with Mono County Tourism. Just wanted to send you a quick video and thank the great people over there at Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau for working with us on the promotion of the High Sierra Loop, aka the best drive in America. Thanks for your help promoting this great itinerary, and hope to see you soon. Thanks so much.
Day 2 in Tuolumne, and we have come to an amazing place for breakfast. This little house here is called Mountain Sage, and it's been open since 1867. I cannot think of a more incredible place to grab some breakfast. Let me show you inside. This is called a dirty sexy chai, and it tastes amazing. Hello. I am a little bit obsessed with this cafe. This is absolutely gorgeous. This is possibly one of the cutest gardens I've ever had the pleasure of walking through.
It's Summer 2.0. Extend your summer now with adventures in Yosemite, Gold Country, and the High Sierra. Find the best of fall in Yosemite, Gold Country, and the High Sierra. Just 2.5 hours away from the Bay Area in Tuolumne County.
Hey guys, and welcome to Yosemite. We are here exploring for a couple days with the County of Tuolumne Tourism and Visit California. The Grill Inn Hotel is perfectly located if you want to check out Yosemite National Park. All right, we are now at Indigene for a little tour and tasting. This spot is so cute.
Parks are feeling the effects of the government shutdown nearly 2 weeks in now. Yosemite has had to restrict access to sections of the park without the government employees who work behind the scenes to keep the park clean and beautiful. Trash and human waste are piling up. And now a county group is stepping up to try and do its part to keep the park clean during this shutdown.
The Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau is launching a program this weekend. It's called Too Cool to Trash. And joining us now via Skype is Communications and Tourism Manager for the Tuolumne County Bureau, Katie Kirkland. Katie, tell us about this program. What are you asking people to do when they head up to Yosemite?
So we're asking people to pack in and pack out their trash. So we'll be standing at the Highway 120 entrance handing out information on how to visit a park during a partial government shutdown and trash bags so people can pack their trash out. We'll also be giving them a list of places that they can take their trash as well.
Working with the Visitors Bureau, it has been really a wonderful experience in that they host businesses to different locations. They'll come out here a couple of times a year and host, and we get really good response. It's a way for us to meet new members and old members and friends in the area, as well as providing opportunities for new businesses and opportunity for even like ourselves to be able to spread our word and our name out and having people come in and be directed to us.
The Visitors Bureau has probably done more for McCaffrey House and advertising McCaffrey House than anything else we've done. So we've had articles about McCaffrey House pretty much all over the world. One of them in particular was an article in San Francisco. We had the bottom half of the Sunday Chronicle, which brought over 100 room nights here. It was absolutely amazing. I just can't say enough about being an active member and at least being a member of the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau.
Visit Tuolumne County has expanded the reach of its television commercial to Southern California. On August 20th, 2019, the commercial began airing in Central Orange County, a location with a lot of residents and a lot of key market travelers. In addition to print ads in the regional version of Sunset Magazine and attending the annual LA Travel and Adventure Show, this is the very first time that Visit Tuolumne County directly marketed in Southern California. The commercial should be a nice compliment to VTC's travel show attendance, and it'll be exciting to see the impact that it has.
Development Counselors International is a Canadian public relations and travel trade agency. In September 2019, Visit Tuolumne County will enter into a contract with DCI to gain additional representation in the Canadian market. DCI is the agency of record for Visit California. Tuolumne County will be their only partner that represents Yosemite National Park, and Canada proves to be a strong market for travel to the U.S. and California.
It's important to know how well Visit Tuolumne County's marketing efforts are influencing visitors to come to Tuolumne County. In fall of 2019, VTC will conduct an ROI study to determine the influence of its marketing efforts on driving traffic to the VTC website. This study will allow VTC staff to show the effectiveness of these efforts to stakeholders and gauge where adjustments could be made in promoting the county. This study will provide additional information such as what influences visitation to the county, how much time visitors spend here, and more.
It has been a long-time goal of Visit Tuolumne County to create a visitor center experience that meets the visitors where they are. A mobile visitor center is now in the works. Expect to see the yet-to-be-named vehicle at local fairs, festivals, concerts, and more. This wrapped and branded vehicle will also be cruising to travel shows and other tourism events up and down California and is sure to catch the eye of many passersby.
The Visit Tuolumne County team has so much more in the works for the 2019-2020 year, and we're excited to share them with you in the full annual report, which you can read at visittuolumne.com/annual reports.
So we hope you saw some new things there that maybe you haven't seen before. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes and also outside of the county and the state that we do. So I'd like to thank Bethany Wilkinson on our team for producing this video in-house. We're so lucky to have her to do that. So thank you, Bethany. In the video, you heard that Visit Tuolumne County received 2 certifications, and it's important to note that the Destination Management Accreditation Program credential, it's not just about Visit Tuolumne County, it's not just about the Visitors Bureau, but it's about Tuolumne County as a destination. This credential that we received is an industry distinction that defines quality and performance in destination marketing and management. And it's something that sets us apart from other destinations. I'd like to present Tracy with the certificate for the county, signifying our commitment to always subscribe to industry best practices and elevate Tuolumne County both within and outside of the tourism industry. Finally, I'd like to say thank you to Supervisor Kirk for attending our board meetings, and your input and insight is really helpful at those meetings. And as always, thank you to the Board of Supervisors and also to your staff, continuing to acknowledge that tourism is a huge economic driver for Tuolumne County. And we must continue to promote it. We must continue to invite people to visit and to visit responsibly, and we promise to do that. So thank you. Are there any questions?
Okay. Go ahead.
I was just curious on France, Germany, and UK being the biggest outside. How do we actually track those numbers?
Was that for the website or for the?
Was it people who travel in?
Yeah, so we, at our visitor centers,
okay.
We keep track. I'll tell you both. So at our visitor centers, we keep track, and every month, Anna actually takes care of all the stats for us. So we're looking at who's coming into our visitor centers. And
visitor centers.
Yes, okay. And otherwise, we also can tell on the website who's coming to our website, of course, through the analytics. So
do we know what the numbers are over the last couple of years for outside countries coming in? Is there how much of an increase? Is that where the 5.6% is, or?
The 5.6% increase was the increase in travel spending altogether. But if you would like us to look back, we can look back and gauge the different.
Yeah, I just think it's important because, I think maybe I'm wrong, but people who travel in from out of state spend more money from other countries, stay longer, spend more. And so to see that trend, it'd be cool to track that.
Sure, yeah, so, yeah. Can certainly do that.
Thanks for the kudos, but I show up to the meetings and you guys run very smooth, and I think we're very lucky to have you guys. So just keep on chugging along. And, it's the numbers, the amount of money that, it was kind of sad because on the part when we were going through that audit this morning of do we want to increase TOT or certain taxes, the visitor stuff was kind of at the bottom of people's priority, when yet it's one of the biggest revenue generators. So I know before I came in office, I knew it was important, but I didn't realize how important it was. So, yeah, I support it, and hopefully we can get that up the charts in the future. So maybe that van will help.
Thanks.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, there's one more piece that the Visitors Bureau doesn't do that I don't think they get credit for. And I know I reached out to Lisa. I think it was the Detweiler fire where everybody was saying Yosemite was closed, and then within a week or 10 days we had the Donnell fire. And our businesses up on the 108 were really suffering. I reached out to you, and you were on it. And I think you were already formulating a plan in your head. And so that proactive piece cannot be understated on what it means, because when we have those situations and people think that they should start canceling, and it affects the entire breadth of our visitors. It's not just hotels, but all the other services. And so kudos.
Thank you.
Once again, I mean, the cream rises and you guys just rise right to the top.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, I was just going to invite Supervisor Kirk next year on a Friday evening or a Saturday evening to sit downtown with me in Groveland, and you'll be amazed how many people that do not speak English that are roaming the town. I mean, it has changed so much in the last few years. So,
I'll bring my kids and we'll set up a lemonade stand.
You could do it in downtown Sonora also.
Cool.
It's amazing. One of the things that we get a lot of positive comments, and you have these travel groups that come in and talk. Do they bring up anything negative, anything that they think we need to change or do better? Or are they always so positive?
I think for the most part, they're pretty positive. Every once in a while, we might get some specific things that we probably don't want to talk about right here. But, if they're staying in a certain place or ran into a certain situation. But really, that is so rare. People are very surprised. Our international visitors, the media that come here, they absolutely love it because we've been able to market more internationally the last year or so. And have these media visit, it's kind of like they're rediscovering Yosemite, for one, because they haven't really been to our side, so to speak. But not only that, they see that in our gateway to Yosemite, we have so much more to do than any other gateway. And that's been something that's been really fun for us because it's like offering a new product. So that's been a really good selling point.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I got to tell you, I think it was probably, 5 years ago. I know the board at that time challenged you to, kind of expand the horizons of the Visitors Bureau and or visit Tuolumne. And you did, and you have. And I think congratulations are in order, kudos, whatever. Not just to you, but to your entire staff. I think you've done an awesome job. Two things. One, it's not just Groveland, it's Jamestown, it's Columbia. I walk around in the summertime especially, and I feel like I'm living in Europe again because I'm hearing all the different languages and stuff like that, and not just European, but Asian as well. But it's very comforting to hear all the foreign languages that are being spoken, and it gives me an opportunity to practice my German every now and then too, which I don't do very well with, but that's okay. That's another story. The other thing that I want you to always remember, and I know you know it, but I want your staff to really internalize it, okay? I wouldn't be sitting here today if I hadn't visited Tuolumne County, okay? It's not just about bringing people here for vacations, but they come here for vacations and they like it. And we were just this morning talking about we need people to come here to help our economy grow and all of those things. And it's not just the money they spend when they're visitors here. It's the money that they're going to spend when they move here and build a house or buy a house or whatever, and they open up a small business or they go to work in the local economy, all of that. Because my wife and I never planned on retiring in Tuolumne County until we got to Tuolumne County. And maybe there's some people out there that wish we hadn't, but that's for another election. But my point is that very many times, you folks are the doormat, okay, or the welcome mat, not doormat, welcome mat.
I like welcome mat
There we
better.
go. Didn't mean doormat. Welcome. You're the welcome mat to our future residents as well. So don't forget that either. And again, awesome presentation. Really cool. Thank you very much for putting it together. You took our challenge years ago, and you've exceeded my expectations anyway. So
Thank you.
good job, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Will the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution for a general plan amendment to update the housing element of the Tuolumne County General Plan.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Sheila Shanahan, the Housing Program Coordinator. You have before you the draft housing element. The county is required to update the housing element of the general plan every 5 years, and it's the only element that must be certified by the state. We began the process last year, and the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee act as the steering committee for this update. They began providing input last September and continued to provide input on the draft and also on new policies and programs. And at their June 5th meeting of this year, they voted to recommend that your board adopt the housing element. The draft also went to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission, and they voted to recommend that your board adopt the draft element at their August 21st meeting. So the housing element must be reviewed by the state, and that's the State Department of Housing and Community Development. And county staff have been working with the state to make the changes necessary to ensure that our update will be in compliance with the state. And we did receive a letter on August 20th informing us that the housing element will comply with state housing element law when it's adopted by your board and submitted to the State Department of Housing and Community Development. The update, it's a lengthy document with statistics and other information, but there's a section updating policies and programs, and some of the highlighted policies and programs will be to craft an accessory dwelling unit ordinance over the next few years, streamlining the project approval process, and working with affordable housing developers and our local housing authority to build more affordable housing in the county. And you might remember on August 20th, your board approved the submittal of what's called an SB2 grant, and those are planning funds which will be used to implement some of the programs listed in the housing element. Staff recommends that your board approve the housing element update and adopt a joint resolution because there are other general plan updates, which now I think Quincy is going to be talking about.
We'll address the safety element updates in your second item, but just wanted to take a minute to thank Sheila Shanahan for all the work that she did on this housing element. Typically, this is not a role that she plays. It usually lands more in the planning division, and she did a fabulous job this year assisting and leading the housing element update. So thanks, Sheila.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Public comment? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to open the public hearing. I thought only the third item, the last item was the public hearing. Okay. Okay, so public hearing is open. Any public comment? I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
If I bring it up, to approve Staff recommendation.
A through D.
A through D. Sorry, I lost my thing because of the, let me see here. I have to access it through here. The general plan. Well, now it's loading, so if somebody else wants to do it, I'll second it. I don't have access to it on my screen. You don't have it either?
I'd just like to see you struggle.
I do too.
What am I recommending? Recommend approval of the general plan amendment GPA 18-005 based on the following, or based on A through D for the approval of the master resolution.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Kirk and a very wise, waited until the second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain, 5-0. And now would the clerk of the board please read our third 1:30 appointment.
So this is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution for general plan amendment to update the safety element of the Tuolumne County General Plan.
Staff report.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Assistant Director, Community Resources Agency. We're bringing the safety element before you today because in many times when we update the housing element, it triggers required updates in the safety element. And your planning staff has been working with CAL FIRE to identify how the safety element prior to today was consistent with government code. CAL FIRE reviewed our safety element and identified 4 areas that they wanted to see some additional language and figures on. Those are, they wanted some additional mapping links, as well as plans or actions to identify and mitigate existing non-conforming development to contemporary fire-safe standards. They wanted us to discuss the standards for evacuation of residential areas, the identification and mitigation for areas with inadequate access or evacuation routes, and add a map identifying existing emergency service facilities. So when the general plan was brought before your board in January, we had been, prior to that, had been working with CAL FIRE, and they said that these few points here were minor enough that they would let us adopt that general plan update in January, with the understanding that when we updated our housing element in 2019, that we would bring this back before them and then before you. So here we are today with an updated safety element. It was heard by the Board of Forestry on August 20th and was approved. In your agenda packet is sort of the report card from the Board of Forestry showing all the yes columns that are marked. And so we've brought the element into compliance with government code. I will just add that at the Planning Commission meeting, they did recommend approval of the safety element. However, they wanted to voice their interest in ensuring that additional updates to the safety element are made as the county goes through some of the committees regarding wildfire and fire safety and things of that nature. So adopting this element doesn't preclude you from making any additional changes that you wish to in the future as a result of those efforts.
Okay. But they're happy with it as it exists today?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, any questions before I open up the public hearing?
Just real briefly, this area in particular, I think, is something that I think we need to revisit frequently, over the next few years, because we're sort of at the beginning stages of setting up a coordinated response to development in fire-prone areas, and we can glean a lot of information from fires that have taken place over the past 3 years. So I just I support this safety element, but I think I see it as a living document that we need to revisit frequently.
Okay.
And I would just assume that as the legislature comes up with pieces that will certainly be impacting the safety element, we will be updating as those are voted on and implemented.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing, public comment.
Just one question real quick. Was the vote on this unanimous in the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman Rotifer, members of the board, CEO Riggs. My name's David Goldenberg, candidate for Supervisor, District 1. I went through the safety element in pretty good detail, and there's a lot of good information here. Went up to CAL FIRE, to the board, came back to the county, good turnaround time. County received it back on October 15th of 2018. Less than 30 days later, the campfire started. And the campfire, as everybody well knows, did a tremendous amount of damage. There was 86 fatalities. And among those fatalities, 43 people died trying to escape from that fire. While the safety element deals quite well with looking at escape routes, there's a fallacy in that the escape routes are not being put out to the public so that they have them readily available should they need to escape. So these evacuation routes, escape routes, basically the same thing. And so the sheriff and their staff, they're responsible for doing evacuations, and they, I went to one of the fire preparedness meetings, one of the 7 meetings, and they were very clear that they put out information that the public needed to be prepared to self-evacuate. And that's, my background with CAL FIRE, many incidents, that's very true. And so what occurs, though, is that if they're not able to be right in there and help lead people right out, which they are acknowledging is the case, then the information would have to get to the public. We have the emergency notification system in the county, but when you have a fire that's running into a community, there's going to be a lot of confusion, a lot of noise, the fire, visibility issues. It's really important to have these routes identified and clearly. The other area that is mentioned in the report, in the plan, is temporary refuge, also called shelter in place. Shelter in place, there's a lot of areas naturally, vegetation-wise, there are bodies of water, or there's parking lots. There's a lot of areas where people could survive a fire. The safety element identifies that there is a need to do that. They say that the county is identifying them, but again, no information is going out to the public ahead of time. I would implore upon this board to look at these issues, look at them very seriously, because literally you're dealing with people's lives here. People are going to die. They've died before. They'll die again. These things should be identified. They should be clearly out there. Both the evacuation routes, the people should have them ahead of time, as well as any potential areas. I understand that there's concerns about liability. I understand that the information is you never know where a fire is going to start, so you don't know which routes may be cut off or not. Sometimes there's only one escape route out, one evacuation route. But there's ways to do it. Should be able to couch it that it's a last resort measure, but those things can literally save lives. I would ask that the board and county staff take a look at a program that South Lake Tahoe did. I recently became aware of it. It's been publicized in the South Lake Tahoe newspaper, Placerville paper. They have an interactive map. It shows safety zones communities that are color-coded. You can click on the map. It'll bring up a PDF file that you can print. It'll tell you things that you should have, including printing that map. It'll show where there's temporary refuges areas. There's a lot of information. It's a really excellent plan, and it could be a good model for this county. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Donna. I love everything that was in the safety element presented. does it have any teeth? How does it get paid for to bring it forward and make it a reality? That I didn't understand that part. Any answers?
Well, I'm not.
Do we just pass this?
I'm not exactly sure. Do you want to take a shot at that, Quincy?
Sure. So there's no one way that the general plan is funded, but what it is overall the general plan, the purpose of it is it serves as the constitution for a local government, and so it provides direction for decision makers when they're faced with funding opportunities or funding challenges of how they can move a project forward. So the purpose of the general plan isn't necessarily to identify the funding sources for the various programs and goals and policies that are identified in it, but it does help the county when we are faced with decisions to be made or grant opportunities that we can apply for and to obtain funding. It does give direction on how and when we should do that. So it's the purpose of it isn't necessarily to identify funding sources.
Okay. In that case, I think what Supervisor Campbell said that we should, readdress this over the year, every few months, see how we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the safety element based on findings A through D.
Okay.
I'll second that, but agree that we need to bring this element back to, if nothing, the housing committee and look at it every couple of years, and in conjunction with what we're doing with the fire resiliency.
Okay. Any other comment from the board before I call for the vote? Okay. I do have one. I think there's a misconception, perhaps, on what the purpose of the safety element, purpose of the general plan is. Quincy kind of talked to that. It is the constitution for how we develop things in the county. It's not a information vehicle for our public to make decisions on evacuation routes and those sorts of things. So, but having said that, I do agree with everyone that's expressed the opinion that we need to review this. It's very important. It does bound how we do development in the county, and I think that's very, very important. So as we evolve, and we will evolve, we've been evolving, we'll continue to do that. So we do need to review this periodically, fairly frequently. And with that,
Chairman, I had one thing, if I could just add, because it was brought up. We actually have a pretty comprehensive website on the county website. It's called Create Your Plan, and it actually outlines some of the issues that were brought up about evacuation and creating an evacuation plan and being prepared and emergency numbers, that kind of thing. So there are resources available right now for that type of concern. So if you go to the county webpage and look for Create Your Plan, you'll be able to find it there.
Sure.
Sorry to jump in after you.
No, that's all right. You can jump in anytime. Okay. With all of that being said, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Okay. Would the clerk of the board please read our fourth 1:30 appointment?
This is also a public hearing to consider adopting the master resolution amending the Tuolumne County General Plan.
Okay.
Thank you. So as some of you may or may not know, state law actually restricts the number of times a year that a lead agency can amend its general plan. It restricts that to 4 times a year. And so the way that Tuolumne County approaches this is when we bring you a batch of general plan amendments, we ask for your direction or approval on those contingent on a master resolution. So therefore, we're only amending the general plan 1 time. And so that's what this item is here before you, is that you've recommended to approve the 2 previous items contingent on approval of the master resolution. So that's all this is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Any public comment? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Looking for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Would the clerk of the board please read our item number 13? Thank you, Quincy.
This is consideration of awarding an agreement with Conte Corporation for implementation of the audiovisual system related to the construction of the J.H. Danbacker Detention Facility.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Gabe Peterson, your communications analyst with IT. As you're all well aware, we began construction of the J.H. Danbacker Detention Facility in March of 2018. And as that project progressed, it became time to address some of the internal systems in that facility, and one such system would be a comprehensive audiovisual setup. And given the complexity of that setup, we thought it was best to bring in some external support. And to that end, we hired Gene Masserini as a subcontractor to our architect, Lionakis. And then working with Gene and tightly coordinating with jail staff, we put together a design that consists of the following: 19 televisions fed by an MATV head-end cable system, touchscreen control systems, and the staff stations that will allow staff to easily steer content to individual day rooms. Digital signage displays that will be easily updatable and able to deliver important information to the waiting public, etc. And then following that design phase, we put out an RFP. We had 6 vendors at the mandatory meeting, and 3 vendors that actually responded with proposals. The respondents were judged by cost, approach, and experience, and ultimately the committee, which consisted of both IT staff and jail admin staff, selected Conte Corporation. For your information, the project funding is coming from the Law and Justice Center capital budget, and staff oversight will be handled by myself in conjunction with Gene Masserini. Part of his scope is that he'll assist us in the oversight of the installation. So it is now staff recommendation that your board award the agreement to Conte Corporation for audiovisual services at the J.H. Danbacker Detention Facility in the amount of $133,773. And I'd be happy to answer any technical questions or anything in regards to the system.
Any such questions?
I just had one. What was the, so there's another item 4. So my one question was, there's another item on the agenda regarding communication equipment at the detention center.
Sure.
Why are these 2 items and not just one?
Yeah, NorCal Communications already had a contract with the county to do all of the low voltage cabling, so all of the Cat 6 cabling, including terminations, wall plates, the whole thing. And so it made sense to sort of separate the low voltage cabling as it pertained to this system. We had to add coaxial cable that will distribute the HD video signal throughout the facility. And so since they were already doing that work, we amended their contract to add the cabling. So when the AV installation comes in, they're just putting a system on top of the existing infrastructure that's already put in.
Okay, so one is for kind of your basic infrastructure of actually feeding the cables through.
Totally, yep.
And this is for the good stuff, though.
Yep, one's the road and this is the car.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Public comment? Okay, I'll just ask the sheriff for a head nod. You're all on board. Thank you very much. So I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Okay, would the clerk of the board please read our item number 14?
Consideration of approving change order number 5 for the Sheriff's J.H. Jack Danbacker Detention Center project with Harris Construction Company.
Mosey.
All right. Good afternoon, board members. I'm here today before you for your consideration of change order number 5 regarding our current jail project. As your board is aware, on January 23rd, 2018, a construction contract was awarded to Harris Construction in the amount of little over $39 million. This amount also included $200,000 in owner's allowance and included 90 days for rain delays. To date, we have had 4 change orders for this project and that have been approved. Today before you is change order number 5, and that change order includes items such as added plumbing chases for security fixtures, additional environmental precautions at a stream crossing, and that was required from a permit we have with Fish and Game. Added hose bib at the detox toilets, added plumbing installation on our hot water lines, missing steel deck at janitor's closet that were needed, added booking kiosks for receiving money in our intake area. There were 4 weather delays that need to be added to our contract during this time period. We changed lamps in cells number 517 and 519. We also changed to a larger grates in our safety cells, and then added head of wall Z clips for 3-hour fire rating, and we corrected unassigned electrical outlets. The total of change order number 5 is $56,694. Funding for this change order is contained within the capital budget jail construction line item. And with this revision of change order number 5, if approved, the contract will now read $39,533,680. We still anticipate the final completion of the jail to be January 17th, 2020. And if we are going to approve change order number 5, this will bring, with change orders 1 through 5 now, a total of $376,680, or 19% of our contingency being spent. And currently, to date, as of the middle of August, we are 72% complete with the jail.
Okay. Any questions? Public comment? Okay. I assume that the sheriff's okay with this. Thumbs up. Thank you. I'm looking for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second. Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Thank you very much. And good job on keeping it 72% completed, only 20%. 19%. Okay. Okay.
15.
Would the clerk of the board please read item number 15?
This is consideration of approving multi-class specification for the proposed Community Resources Agency reorganization.
Hello, Ann Fremd. I'm in the middle of booting up our slideshow for you. So I will be presenting to you multiple class specs that were created for the for the elimination of the Community Resources Agency and the creation of the Public Works and Community Development Departments. But after this morning's conversation, we thought it might be important to have a little mini presentation on the reorg, so that way it's a little more clear on what's happening. So I have with me Quincy Yaney and Kim McFarland, who will be
Yaney.
Sorry, Yaney.
All right.
I know, I spelled her name wrong. Just a minute. So they're going to be speaking to the work that they have done, the CRA has done. Okay, let's try this one. So anyway, I will work on this while they are working on explaining to you the steps that the CRA took to come up with this reorg and what it actually means, and then eventually here I hope to show you what it looks like. So this is hoping there. Yeah.
Good afternoon. So Kim and I are here to do a little bit of an explanation, as well as answer any questions that you may have about moving the Community Resources Agency forward back into the Community Development Department and the Department of Public Works. It all starts with when we were asked to look at our mandated programs by the Board of Supervisors in the CAO's office. That was a very helpful exercise because it enabled staff, managers, and assistant directors and directors to look at really what we were doing, how much time we were spending on certain tasks, and the level of effort that was being required by certain staff members for those tasks. And so that was one of the main inputs into this proposed reorganization, was looking back at that exercise, seeing what was mandated, what was not mandated, and then looking at our various divisions and seeing if in certain areas we were overstaffed. I'm sure that most of the staff members over at CRA would never, I'll probably be pummeled by going back and saying that we were overstaffed. But in certain areas, when you look at the non-mandated versus mandated programs, maybe by 1 FTE or a half FTE, or even sometimes as many as 2, we had more staff performing duties that were not mandated. So that was one of the first inputs. The second one is with respect to the planning division. When you look at the permits that are processed by the planning division, nearly 80% of those permits are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, which means that all that's required is a one-page form. Versus the other 20% or so of projects that we process, which are subject to an initial study, which can be closer to 100 pages long, or upwards to an EIR, which is Snoresville. So when we look at what the permits that we're processing, we were interested in aligning the level of staffing that we had to the reality that the majority of the permits we process are exempt from CEQA. And the third input to this reorganization, especially with respect to the Land Use and Natural Resources Division, was that, as many as you know, when we bring a discretionary project forward to the Planning Commission or to the Board of Supervisors, they often have upwards of 100 conditions of approval. If you break those conditions of approval down, it's very, very, very frequently, maybe only 10 of those are actually unique to the project that we're bringing forward. The other 90 of them are regurgitated code in some form or fashion that the applicant would be required to do anyways. And so by looking at that and saying, what are we really using our discretion over, we can look at the ordinance code and simplify it in ways to really focus the discretion onto the projects that need it. And like I said, many of those projects are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. So we looked at the planning division, which had 3 staff members in there providing that analysis. In the Land Use and Natural Resources Division, there will continue to be 3 staff members providing that analysis. So we feel that we are still covered in terms of the staffing levels, and we're just realigning the staff to the realities of the situation that the majority of those permits are exempt, and a lot of the conditions of approval aren't really discretionary in nature, even though it's a discretionary permit. I think that's really all I wanted to say on that. I'll let Kim talk a little bit.
Thank you. So just as a reminder, on the public works side, we actually have 3 major funds, and that is the general fund, the solid waste fund, and then the road fund. And really under the general fund, what we were looking at were surveying and GIS, and as you know, we had no cuts to those departments. So really, we're not impacted by this budget right now. Public works, the work should go on as we expect. We are going to continue to operate business as usual with a focus on streamlining and improving what we have right now as far as some of the road operations. I think we've made good strides so far, and we're just going to keep plugging away. And then I just want to touch a little bit on the addition of the environmental analyst. This is the result of the board asking us to look at doing some of the work in-house as opposed to outsourcing. So we went back and we looked at some of the environmental reviews we do for capital projects, and now we're going to do that hopefully in-house with this new position, as well as some of our permitting. It's just really streamlining the process.
In the reorganization of CRA into the 2 different departments, we'll be perfectly transparent about what we are not doing, and one of those is we are not filling a vacant permit tech position. That position is being eliminated. We're not filling a senior environmental health specialist position. That position has been vacant for some time. We've had trouble filling that. The principal plans examiner position is being eliminated, but that individual started today in the new role of the chief building official. So I think, and some people have asked me where I think we're going to be thin, and I think it won't be in planning or land use and natural resources. I think it may be in plans examining. The direction you gave this morning to include that money back, outside plan check services back into the budget will help there. In terms of environmental health, we will be eliminating a position and working closely with Rob Koslevy. He has lots of great ideas about how we can streamline some of the more administrative work that we do so we can free up those inspectors to be available in the field to the people who are requesting inspections. So just as you have requested the new structure to be monitored, that's obviously something that we are interested in doing as well. And so we do look forward to reporting back with you with successes and areas for improvements as we move forward.
I don't know why the screen is shaky, but it's I don't know how to do that. So we don't know. So this is the CRA as it currently exists. So the land use natural resources will have housing, environmental health, natural resources, and building and safety. And the building and safety department has been expanded. It includes code compliance, plans examining, as well as building inspections. And then Public Works is, at some point, will also have airports. Right now it's going to the CAO's office, but at some point the CAO's office will hand that off to the new Public Works director. So the post-CRA organization doesn't have the green line because the business agency was in there that supported both. The business agency will now report to Public Works as it historically did in the past. And then I don't know how staff time will be recorded and journal transfers will happen to pay so they can still handle the community development functions. So to support this reorg, there's a number of classifications that have been eliminated and a number of classifications that have been created. So eliminating the proposed eliminations include the Community Resources Agency Director, both Assistant CRA Directors, the Housing Program Coordinator, and the Assistant to the Department Head, as well as the Planner positions. Instead, we will be creating a Public Works Director and a Community Development Director, an Environmental Analyst, Community and Housing Programs Manager, Land Use Coordinator, and a Land Use Technician. Of course, as we do when all new class specs are created, we review them with the unions and offer, meet, and confer appointments. The unions all agreed with the proposed class changes as well as the range placement. So it is the staff's recommending that the Public Works Director and the Community Development Director be assigned to the Executive Confidential Unit. The Public Works Director will be at range 575 and the Community Development Director at range 555, which are their current ranges that are the two assistants currently are assigned. So there would be no increase in salary for those positions. The Community and Housing Programs Manager will be assigned to the Management Unit, and it will be at a range 507, which is the same range that the Housing Programs Coordinator currently is at. After doing a class and comp study on this position, most housing program coordinators have a larger staff. This position did not have that, so we have expanded the duties to include LAFCO and cultural resources to that position. The Land Use Coordinator and Environmental Analysts will be part of the OE3 Organization Professional Unit. Both will be at range 410, which is equivalent to our current Planner 2 level. And the Land Use Technician has never existed. So that was also assigned to the Tuolumne County Employees General Unit at range 380. So this is where things get a little odd. So normally your board will have already approved a reorg and a budget before we start recruiting for possible new positions. However, the persons identified on that chart that was handed out on the 20th will have to be given a layoff notice unless we can find other opportunities for them to apply for jobs within the county. So our hope is that if your board approves this today, we would start recruitments for these positions today. So that way all the recruitments could be completed by the 12th of September for all positions except the 2 new directors, because those have to be interviewed by your board in closed session, which is scheduled for September 17th. The plan would not be to fill these positions formally until after the final budget. So there is risk that if your board does not approve this in the final budget, that we would go ahead and offer layoff notices to all the affected individuals if the reorg is not approved. So, are there any questions, comments?
Questions from the board? Okay, I only have one. If I'm looking at the letter, at the cover memo, right? 6 out, 6 in.
Yes, there are enough positions available that anybody identified for layoff can also have a new job.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up to public comment.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Rotifer, members of the board, CEO Riggs. David Goldenberg, candidate, Supervisor, District 1. Okay, I get that we got 6 eliminate, 6 adding. I just was not sure about the salary ranges, and I had a couple of questions on the sheet that CEO Riggs had given out.
Sure.
August 20th, it showed some salary numbers for the CRA director was $234,000 and a little bit. I presume that was with benefits. Is that correct?
Sir, could I, if you're going to have detailed questions of staff, I would prefer you get with staff offline. I'll be glad to answer your questions, but
okay, I'll bring it, but to your point, real.
Okay.
On the new range for a community development director, I see a salary of $149,575. Is that with or without benefits?
Ann?
Step that does not include PERS or FICA or cafeteria.
Okay. And would it be safe to say benefits package for a county employee might be approaching 50% of salary?
No, not for miscellaneous, not even.
Can you give a rough number?
25% maybe.
Okay, so 25% would be 150, 75, about another 35,000. So that position would be 150, 185,000. Previously, it was 184,000. Are we saving any money here?
You want to? I'm like, I'll go.
Okay.
So what your 2 assistant directors will be making exactly the same as what they will make as directors. If they would be requested to apply for the position and interview. Where the savings comes in between the 3 positions, elimination of the director itself. So right now we have 3. We have 2 assistant directors and 1 director. We would be going to just 2 directors and not having that 3rd position.
Okay, well, the pay scales are very close. I thought this was all about savings, and I'm seeing some numbers that
Okay.
really showing savings.
You have A, B, and C right now. Okay. Afterwards, you have B and C. No increase in cost for B and C. You get rid of the cost of A. Where do you not see the savings, sir? I'm confused.
I guess the only one where the community resources director position previously was $234, and under this it'd be a bit less. It'd be more.
Sir,
around
the
190.
Community Resources Agency director position would be gone.
I understand.
That's a total savings of that amount of money.
I understand, but the whole idea with the reorg was to save money, and I see very little savings in what I'm seeing on these numbers.
Okay.
Going out back in.
Let me say it again. Right now, A, you use the number 264. B and C. B and C are not changing. A is going away. Savings of 264.
Okay. I just see 6 positions eliminated, 6 adding.
Okay.
Anyways, thank you.
Well, we are adding, so you know, 2 of those positions are tech level positions, significantly less paid.
Yeah, no, I understand that end. It's these
So in
other
totality, there's
positions.
still
Do you have an estimate, Ann, for the total savings of the reorganization?
For this fiscal year, you may remember from the slide, it was almost about $500,000, 496,000.
Right.
For next year, it was almost $700,000.
Okay. Significant
year.
savings, sir.
Okay, I guess your interpretation of significant and mine are a bit different. Thank you.
$500,000 to $750,000 is not significant. Okay. I'm glad you're not doing my budget. Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Am I missing something?
I'll go ahead and move on staff recommendation.
I'll second you.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Campbell and a second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Okay, would the clerk of the board please read item 16?
Reports.
You're first.
Oh, why, thank you. Because I'm going to report out. So last week I got the opportunity to go to Virginia and go to LEAD, and I just wanted to say that one of my aha moments is that we are, in fact, acting as a high-performance organization. There's a ton of cities that actually sent tons of people, tons of their employees, and they came back. They said, oh, this is all wonderful and great, but and they think that they're acting like a high-performance organization, but they truly aren't. But I could say that our organization is, and so that was really, really wonderful to hear that, the people that came back from LEAD that I've seen, because I was last one to go so far, that I can say that we truly have been doing that. And I'm super excited. I guess Craig, one of the leaders, is going to be coming, or the presenters, is going to be coming in February to do a 3-day high-performance organization. I think it's a leadership philosophy for some county department heads or county employees, and I'm super excited to get everyone in the county on board with it. And it's really a great program. That was it. Thanks.
You weren't going to tell us about your travel adventures going on?
I had travel adventures, too. Okay. And I was sick the whole time. So another aha moment is that I can suck it up and be sick and do it all. So
okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, County Council. Nothing? So, nothing. Okay. Supervisor Kirk.
Lots of meetings, committees, commissions. Went to the Meals on Wheels fundraiser event on the 24th. That was cool. I was going to say hi to all you guys, but you left when I was then eating dinner.
Some of us were still there.
I didn't see you guys. We also did the Insurance Commission meeting, of course. A lot of people frustrated. I probably said some things I maybe shouldn't have, but it's okay. I'm myself. What else did we do? I met in Tuolumne at Somerville High. Tuolumne City is talking about creating a CSD, and so they did some public outreach to see what the public would think about the CSD. So that's been an interesting project. I think there's going to be more to come, and some dealings with LAFCO with that. And I guess that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chairman Rodever. So I think there's a little bit of overlap here. So I also attended the insurance meeting on the weekend. I'll let Supervisor Brennan kind of take the lead on that, since she was integral in bringing Commissioner Laura down to Tuolumne County. There was a lot of heated comments there, but I think in the grand scheme of getting a resolution to the insurance problem in Tuolumne County, I think it was a good first step. So I think in retrospect, we'll see it as a very valuable meeting. Also attended the Meals on Wheels fundraiser. I'll just say that in the last week or 2 weeks of her life, my mother benefited from this greatly, and so it's extremely worthwhile event. Also served on the board for Access Tuolumne, and that we have a lot is ongoing with that. We've established our own Roku and Apple TV channels, so you can stream local content for free if you have those devices, and also we're broadcasting high school football games on Cable 8. And that is my report.
Supervisor Gray?
Had a wonderful week in Oregon, visiting my grandchildren and daughter, and no doctor's appointments last week, which is a first for a while, and that's my report.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan?
All right. For me, it's been a very busy 2 weeks. But the main thing I want to report out on is Tuolumne County has been taking the lead in creating a regional task force, if you will. And we had a meeting up at RCRC, CAO Riggs. Deputy Eric was with us. It's El Dorado, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Mariposa, Alpine, thank you, counties. And it gets at what a lot of the conversation is, whether we're in the at the insurance commissioner meeting or in here this morning, is how do we actually move the needle, stop talking about pace and scale, and actually get it done. And it is this regional conception that is going to get us there, because that's going to bring the money that we need to the area to get this work done. It also is more powerful when we're responding as a group to some of the environmental documents that are going on. We see this effort with the National Forest doing this Motor 2K, which includes all of the Stanislaus and a huge part of the Sierra. And these are the kinds of things that are going to move our ability to get this work done. So there was a lot of consensus around a number of topics. We're still working on a lot of details. You're going to hear a lot more about this as we roll it out, because of course it's going to have to be something. This is conceptual in nature, and this would have to be something that this board and the other county boards would have to approve. But again, the idea is how do we actually move forward on a lot of these projects, find funding resources, and do it as a geographical region when we are all talking about the very same issues and problems. And so while we're traveling to Sacramento to do that, and it takes the better part of a day, I'm looking for how do we actually move us forward as opposed to just continue to say that we have to increase pace and scale. As two other supervisors have mentioned, Commissioner Laura was here last week. It was a very heated conversation. I think in some respects it was good because, again, we are talking to him in a number of venues, including at RCRC, for him to actually hear some of the visceral, emotional reactions in person. We had a long conversation afterwards, and he wanted the public to have a chance to address him, to talk to him. And so while there was some heated conversation, I think with him doing these outreach sessions in a lot of the rural counties, he is getting a very clear sense for the desperate nature that people find themselves in. It's going to be, though, in actions, because we can continue to talk about this a whole lot, and we need to see credible movement. Now, I would say that he took the one piece that came out of the RCRC without doing the report, said immediately that we have to get an extended time period on these non-renewals so people had time to look and find. And he immediately has already taken that and moved and is moving on that to extend that to 180 days. Minimal, very small in the scheme of things, a starting place. But hearing the reaction from our local citizens is important. I also want to extend it, even though the conversation was difficult, I want to thank our state senator and state assemblyman for attending also, because a lot of the conversation it is going to take a legislative change. I would say that both those individuals are actually engaged and are trying to move legislation forward. Again, it's difficult when you look at the scheme and the voice that rural counties have in the state legislature and the majorities and how business is concluded. On this issue, I actually think that CSAC is going to be a huge help. Normally, I think RCRC runs with these. CSAC I think is going to be stepping up and being a very important voice with the legislature. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you very much. So on the 21st, I met with Rob Koslevy, our environmental health guy, down at Railtown. You may have read in the paper that we had a spill down there. We're still working through resolving that with the state on exactly what the cleanup of that's going to necessarily be. On the 22nd, I did attend the regional task force meeting at RCRC headquarters. They just hosted it. It was our regional meeting. We had representatives, as Supervisor Brennan has already stated. I did go to the Meals on Wheels fundraiser. That's always a great event. If you've missed it in the past, don't miss it next time. It's really good. And it is a most worthy cause. I don't have a personal investment like Supervisor Campbell, but it is. They do great work, very, very important work. I did participate in a conference call on the my lips aren't working, Headwaters Working Group, Framework Revisions Group. And I did meet with the insurance commissioner in our private supervisors with Supervisor Brennan and our CAO staff prior to the evening meeting. I had a conflict for the evening meeting, so I wasn't, what should I say, blessed with the experience, but I did hear about it a lot. Go ahead.
I just want to add in full disclosure, we also did provide time for Commissioner Laura to meet with representatives of our real estate and insurance industries.
Yep. So, but I did get a chance to talk to Commissioner Laura, and he's aware it's an issue. I hope after the meeting he's aware how critical an issue that our population here in the county views it as. But it was a good opportunity to talk to him. And that's my report. So would the clerk of the board please read items 18 and 19, our closed sessions?
So these are the closed sessions. Conference with real property negotiator, Government Code Section 54956.8. Property is APN 085050101, sorry, et al. Agency negotiators Sarah Carrillo, Tracy Riggs, Eric Earhart. Other parties to negotiators are Ed Pattison, Jesse Barton, Tom Johnson, TUD, Mike Schuher, Pacific Gas and Electric. Under negotiations is price and terms of the payment. It's a mouthful. The next one is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, authority, Government Code Section 549.6.9D2. It's 2 cases.
Do we anticipate a report out? Okay. We're going to go back to, we're going to recess into closed session. We will come back. We do not anticipate any report.
Public comment.
Public comment on our closed session. God, I'm slipping. Okay. Recessed. Thanks.